अस्सलाम वालेकुम। आप लोग जो
Future Summer. We are so happy to have you all back here today, so thank you for joining us. Thank you for sitting, and whomever is still not in the hall yet, please come and join us and sit down. I would like to remind everybody here that we are streaming this live on Nutshell Group's YouTube channel, their LinkedIn and their Facebook page. So if you are not here present, welcome, and thank you for watching online today. So we will be beginning and starting this session with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
May everyone please rise to sing the national anthem. Okay, good morning everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the 8th edition of the Future Summit. I hope you are all feeling as energized as I am after an incredible first day yesterday, and welcome back to Karachi, the city of lights and the city of beautiful business capitals. So a special thank you today to the Unity Foods and their CEO Farouk Arman for co-hosting with Nutshell Group and making this summit possible. To our partners, thank you for helping to bring this extraordinary gathering to life. And now let's also recognize our stellar lineup of speakers. Over 70 thought leaders from Pakistan's corporate, public and government sectors, along with over 30 international experts who have traveled far and wide to be here today. And of course, our delegates, seeing this hall filled again so early this morning, speaks volumes about your commitment and enthusiasm. So let's give everyone a round of applause to making today exceptional. So reflecting on day 1, we had an inspiring start with a packed house of over 1,300 attendees. We covered critical themes from fiscal policy and financial literacy to digital empowerment, not just as concepts, but as foundational tools for economic transformation. Collaboration stood out as a powerful theme, highlighting how joint action can accelerate financial inclusion and productivity and uplift entire communities. The day also brought passionate discussions on climate resilience and financing, where we emphasized that sustainable innovation is essential and must balance profitability with responsibility. It's clear that with the right policies, we can drive growth that's both resilient and responsible. So as we begin day 2, get ready for another impactful agenda. Today's sessions will dive into the future of healthcare, the power of workplace diversity, and a range of other emerging global challenges. It's another packed day designed to challenge and inspire, so let's make the most of it. So let's dive into day 2 with the same energy and open-mindedness that made yesterday such a success. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Future Summit. Today, we will be starting with some wonderful addresses by some international speakers. So I would like to welcome on stage Constantin Makarov, who is the Senior Executive Officer of StratLink, Middle East and Africa, Paul Keijzer, co-founder and CEO of the Talent Games and founder and CEO of Engaged Consulting. Please come and join me on stage and sit on the stage for your addresses. Stephanie Kioutsoukis, who is the CEO and co-founder of Fresh Solutions AI, and Chun Wee. Can we all welcome them on stage, and we'll inviting you up individually for your addresses. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So first up today, I would like to welcome to the podium Constantin Makarov, who is the Senior Executive Officer of StratLink, Middle East and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Thank you, Jules. Assalamu alaikum. Always a pleasure to be here. Asfar, thank you for the invitation. I've been coming to Pakistan now for about 8 years, and it's always exciting to be back. So the topic we're going to discuss today is not an easy one. We're talking about emerging issues and challenges that are affecting not just Pakistan, but I would say the global South in general. And if you will just entertain me, I'll go through about 6 different points that I'll make, and I would be happy to take any questions if there are any at the end. So again, a pleasure to be here today to discuss emerging issues facing Pakistan, and I would say the global South in general. This is one of the most dynamic and promising emerging markets. While Pakistan undoubtedly faces unique and complex challenges, these issues also present remarkable opportunities for growth, transformation, and progress. Addressing these issues and challenges effectively will allow Pakistan to harness its full potential and create a much brighter future. One of the first challenges I'd like to discuss is something that has been a theme over the last 24 hours and yesterday for sure, is a demographic dividend and the economic opportunity that it could bring. One of Pakistan's most promising assets is its young and growing population. Well, with a population of over 240 million people, more than 60% of whom are under 30. I think it's a critical point to think about that 60% of the country is under 30 years of age. Pakistan has a demographic advantage that many nations can only dream of. If supported by targeted investments in education, vocational training, and job creation, this youthful population could be a driving force for economic growth and innovation. However, capitalizing on this demographic dividend is a challenge that requires urgent action. The need for a highly skilled workforce tailored to the demands of a rapidly evolving global economy is pressing. With the right policies in place, Pakistan has the opportunity to transform its workforce into one of its most powerful economic engines, positioning the country as a competitive force in the global marketplace. I think the main point of that is to really not sit on your laurels. I think having a young population could be a blessing, but unless that young population is properly directed and given the opportunities to occupy their time, we know what the challenges that could bring. The second point is digital transformation as a catalyst for growth. Pakistan's digital transformation is underway, and the pace is very exciting. Rapid smartphone adoption and increasing internet connectivity are not just trends. They are laying the foundation for a thriving digital economy. The burgeoning tech startup ecosystem, particularly in fintech, e-commerce, and health tech, is creating pathways for economic inclusion, attracting investment, and opening new doors for entrepreneurs. Yet, realizing a full potential of digital transformation will require overcoming barriers such as rural broadband limitations and evolving regulatory frameworks. By bridging the digital divide and establishing strong data privacy and cybersecurity standards, Pakistan can create a fertile environment for digital growth that benefits all its citizens. With these foundations in place, Pakistan can set itself apart as a leader in digital innovation within the region, not just locally. Next would be climate resilience and energy interdependence. Climate change presents a significant challenge to Pakistan, but also offers a chance to build resilience and innovate in sustainable energy. Ranked among countries most affected by climate-related disasters, Pakistan's vulnerability underscores the importance of adaptive infrastructure and environmental stewardship. The floods of 2022 were a wake-up call, and Pakistan has the opportunity to respond by investing in climate-resilient infrastructure and sustainable development policies. Addressing energy insecurity is a critical part of this journey. By investing in renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and hydroelectric power, Pakistan can reduce its reliance on fossil fuels, protecting itself from global price fluctuations, and make strides towards energy independence. Embracing renewables not only helps mitigate climate risks, but also sets Pakistan on a path towards sustainable and long-term growth. Geopolitical stability as a foundation for economic growth. Geopolitical complexities certainly present challenges, but also present an opportunity for Pakistan to strengthen its role as a stabilizing force in the wider region. Navigating a relationship with neighboring countries requires diplomacy, but also presents an opportunity for Pakistan to position itself as a bridge between the regions. A stable geopolitical environment will foster investor confidence and support robust trade relations that can benefit the entire region. Moreover, managing the economic impact of global monetary policies can strengthen Pakistan's economic resilience. By proactively addressing inflation and currency stability, Pakistan can bolster its economic foundations, which would be a defense against external pressures, but also a sign of a mature and adaptive economy. Human capital development and educational innovation. Pakistan's young populations presents a unique chance to transform its future by investing in human capital. While education, access, and quality remain an area of improvement, there is tremendous potential to drive reform. Enhancing STEM education, digital literacy, and technical training can equip Pakistan's youth with the skills they need to thrive in a competitive global market. Additionally, efforts to promote gender equality in education and the workforce are essential to unlocking Pakistan's full potential. By enabling more women to participate in the economy, Pakistan can not only boost productivity, but also foster inclusive growth. The path to success in this area may be challenging, but the rewards of a well-educated, highly skilled workforce will empower Pakistan's for generations to come. Building sustainable partnerships with global investors. This is a part that's near and dear to my heart as a global investor and as someone who has been investing in the country for the last 8 years. Pakistan's growth journey is one that global stakeholders can play a significant role in supporting. International investors, development agencies, and organizations bring expertise, capital, and resources that can accelerate Pakistan's progress. However, sustainable, mutual beneficial partnerships are key. By collaborating with local businesses and communities, investors can help Pakistan achieve equitable growth that benefits all segments of its society. With the right approach, international partnerships can transform Pakistan into a high-growth market that attracts consistent investment. As Pakistan continues to open its doors to global investors, there is an opportunity to shape these partnerships in ways that prioritize sustainable development and long-term stability. In conclusion, Pakistan's emerging challenges, while significant, also present a wealth of opportunity. With strategic investment in human capital, digital transformation, climate resilience, and sustainable energy, Pakistan can lay the groundwork for a prosperous and resilient future. Collaboration between domestic and international stakeholders will be vital to achieving this vision, and every step forward brings Pakistan closer to realizing its full potential. Emerging markets like Pakistan are not only essential participants, but have the potential to become leaders in the global economy. With the right vision and dedication to inclusive growth, Pakistan can inspire a new wave of economic progress that benefits its people, the region, and likely the world. I'll conclude there, and I think it's important to review some elements that we discussed. I think the main themes of my conversation are really centered around resiliency. We're at a precipice in the world, not only in Pakistan, but I would say in the global south. I was born and raised in the Soviet Union. I'm very familiar with stability and lack of stability, as well as economic reform. I think the focus really should be on resiliency and building that human capital to withstand any tests, but also to invest into a brighter future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Constantin. And we will be doing a 10-minute Q&A with all the guests on stage at the end of all of your addresses, so keep thinking of any questions that you have to ask. And for our next address today, I would like to welcome to the podium Paul Keijzer, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Talent Games and founder and CEO of Engage Consulting. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Can I get my slide on the screen? That will be awesome. Yeah, perfect. Well, first of all, thank you, Asfer, for inviting me to the Future Summit. Yesterday and today, it is clear that we think that is the #1 corporate event in Pakistan, and thank you for making me part of that. And thank you for allowing me to share this podium with quite some speakers. Today, I'm going to talk about how we've moved as Pakistan from local champions to global leaders. Because if you look over the 2 decades, the 2 decades that I've been part of this country, I've seen a massive transformation of Pakistani leadership. And although we're often focused on today, and of course the concept of the summit is around the future, if you zoom out and look at what has happened in corporate Pakistan over the last 20 years, you will see a tremendous transformation. Because 2 decades ago, if you were an ambitious professional, you aspired to companies like this. How many of you started your career at a multinational? Can I just see a show of hands? How many of you started a career with a multinational? And how many of you, keep your hands up, if you're still working with a multinational? Oh, much less, yeah? So you see that a significant transformation has happened, where people have started with multinational and then transitioned to local companies. And that's a reflection of, I think, what has happened over the past 2 years. Yeah? The same talented professionals who cut their teeth at multinationals have gone on to transform local companies. And it's been remarkable is how local organizations have adopted and sometimes reinvented the policies that made multinationals great. They set ambitious goals, became governance-driven, embraced technology, and most importantly, started to invest in people. Oh, my cards are not moving up anymore. And as a leadership development practitioner, I've seen that transition happen over the last 15 years, where people have started to move from these companies into some of these corporate giants. And as leadership development practitioner, I've seen that transition happening also in terms of leadership development. So 15 years ago, when somebody was offered executive coaching, that person immediately thought, "Ooh, I'm on my way out." Now it's been seen as an essential element of growth. 15 years ago, only multinationals focused on employee engagement. In 2023, my company had 300 companies registered as part of Best Place to Work. 15 years ago, if you talk to a CEO about investing in leadership assessment and development, they looked at you with bleary eyes. Now a company like HBL has started last week with Engage Consulting, a 360 survey for the top 1,000 leaders, covering 19,000 respondents. And even so, 20 years ago, when you showed what it costs to hire consultants, local business owners rolled their eyes. Nowadays, even McKinsey has got a successful office in Pakistan. So we've really moved on in terms of the transformation of leadership in Pakistan. But the transformation is not stopping. Because, of course, we face another transformation. And the disruption is even bigger. Because what got us there won't get us to the next level. And the transformation is, of course, the 2 things that many of us already have spoken about. On one hand, it's about technology, And on the other hand, is the really changing expectations of the workforce of the next generation. And as a result, we have to adopt our organizations from what it was to how we are able to be ready for that future. And based on my practice with lots of organizations in Pakistan, I've seen 4 different transitions that need to happen. First and foremost, the new leadership paradigms is that we have to move from hierarchies to networks. We have to move from the old organizational pyramid, where the power is at the top, to something which is much more dynamic. A great example is Systems Limited, who have moved from a IT hierarchical organization to an organization that is now driven by agile teams, not just in Pakistan, but across the board. And if you see at the results of Systems, they're now probably the largest, they are certainly the largest IT company in Pakistan, and they've certainly also significantly grown globally, competing with the Tatas of this world and the Infosys of this world. The second one that you have to do as a leader is to transition the organization from controlling to empowering. In this way, it's where in the past it was all about how do we make sure is that we keep control through the hierarchies that we have. And as a result, Engro, for example, has moved the whole leadership structure to an empowering and coaching structure, in which employees are being encouraged to lead themselves and to coach others. The third one is to move from planning to experimentation. Most of us were used and were proud of our 5-year strategic plans. That will not longer work. Yeah? We have to move to a situation where we create, where we quickly learn and move on. Just digital transformation, and yesterday we had the VION chairman coming to the forum, has been quite remarkable. Yeah? And you can see that they didn't rely on grand plans, but specifically on quick experiments, testing ideas and learning from it. And as a result, JazzCash is now the largest digital financial platform in the country, and they've launched new ideas and new products like Tamasha and Garage. The last one is to do with moving from privacy to transparency. In the Pakistani business culture, it was always that the more information you had, the more power you had. But some companies have now embraced transparency, and as a result, they're openly sharing performance metrics and fostering trust through openness. The result? Much faster decision-making, increased innovation, and of course, an engaged workforce that understands how their work is connected to the organizational results. And each of those transformations demands a new way of working. Because if you want to work in a networked organization, your success will not depend on positional power, but your success will depend on how you're able to influence across boundaries. If in an empowering culture, effective leaders are involved from becoming answer givers to question answers. The skill set now is not about having all the answers, but being able to ask the right questions so that others can lead, deliver, and innovate. And when it comes to experimentation, we must embrace this whole concept that we have to fail fast and learn. We can't get stuck in the problems that we had in the past. And similar, if we want transparency and openness, we have to be willing to lead with clarity, openness, and sometimes vulnerability. So as we look towards the future, these 2 massive changes are happening. On the one hand, you've got how AI is going to transform leadership development, and on the other hand, you have these workforce expectations that's going to change. Show of hands. How many of you in the last few days have asked ChatGPT for leadership advice? Oh, that's very few. We have some work to do. How many of you have asked your Generation Z employees for some leadership advice? Oh, many more. I love that. Yeah? So, yes, we will have to change how we grow as leaders and how we develop as leaders. We have to move from static development to AI-powered leadership. And we have to move from fixed career paths to dynamic career paths. And in doing so, we will have 4 dualities that we have to manage. On the one hand, we have to create leadership development plans that are personalized. I gave you the HBL example in which 1,000 leaders are now going through a 360, getting feedback, and as a result, they get customized, personalized, real-time development plans. So at the beginning, you start with small pilots. At the same time, you have to make sure that they're scalable. The second one is you have to be able to combine the digital part with the human part. So you can do the simple stuff, the routine stuff, through technology, and the more important elements through human interaction. You have to be data-driven, yet emotionally intelligent. You can use data for insights, and you can use it as a starting point, but never as an endpoint. And you have to use your experience to utilize that data in the right manner. And lastly, you have to make sure that it is future-focused, but at the same time that you can deliver quick wins. So leadership, how we're going to develop ourselves as leaders in the future, have to be able to integrate those contradictions into one. But what I've seen is that the most successful leaders in ability to grow don't see these elements as contradictions. They see them actually as complementary forces that, when managed well, can create something more powerful than each in the element. And I challenge you to embrace these dualities, not as obstacles, but as opportunities for you to refine leadership into the future. Final thought. In doing so, in you continue to grow and adapt to these challenges that we're talking about, you will be able to drive economic growth. Economic growth that lifts our country and hopefully positions Pakistan on the global stage. By transforming, by having taken over the multinationals, we now have a next step to make, that we have to become multinationals. And when we become multinationals, we can then hopefully stop the brain drain of Pakistani talent leaving the country and creating leadership opportunity for everybody right here in Karachi and maybe a few other cities as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. So future leaders, you have to be data-driven yet emotionally intelligent. Thank you, Paul. So next to the stage, I would love to welcome Stephanie Kioutsoukis. She is the CEO and co-founder of Fresh Solutions AI. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a very warm welcome.
Can we please have my slide deck? So, good morning, everyone. I'm going to be talking about the future of innovation. And while we're waiting for my slide deck to show up, I would like to ask the audience here, who in here has been involved in innovation projects recently? That's quite a few. So, innovation today is more important than ever. It's needless to say that clearly innovation will create prosperity and drive, a prosperous workforce within organization and a country. But we are also all facing global challenges, such as sustainability challenges, social challenges, other challenges that can't be resolved with the same ways of doing things as we did in the past. We have to change how we approach those projects. That requires innovation. So in order to move into the next era, innovation is going to be key. At the same time, we see there is a huge or a very, very fast pace of change. The picture I put here on the screen with all these cats, right? This is an evolution that was ongoing for the past 18 months. In the past 18 months, through all the AI tools out there, we moved from being able to get some rudimentary type of answer symbolized by this little ball in the first picture to a very, very elaborate type of answer after 18 months. So the cat at the end of this series of pictures actually is likely to, we can't really see the difference between this image and a real image. At the same time, we also see that consumers, with all the changes that are happening, have rising expectation. Paul talked about personalization. Clearly, everyone out there wants to have personalized solutions, even more so now. And not only in commercial goods like Nike or shoes as Nike produces, but also in medicine and other types of more important applications. So innovation is needed today. And, but what type of innovation? If we look at the development over the past few years, here are the... Oh. Okay, there seems to be an issue with the slides. Okay, so if we look at the development over the past few years, if we look at the development over the past 24 months, we see that we need innovation in the space of personalization. We need innovation in the space of, or the trends show us that the development in the space of, I'm sorry for that, Bisma? One minute. Okay. It's hard to present without my slides. What am I going to do? Innovation, yes. Let's go back to the topic of innovation. So, what is it that is coming up? It's definitely more personalized solutions. Okay, so the tools out there will allow us to productivity, but we also see a whole trend moving in towards autonomous solutions driven by AI. Consumers want total experiences. We see that the potential out there is to now have experiences across the whole journey from the market or the sign to get from the market into your company and actually have very consistent experiences across the whole board. And what we also see is that data security, cybersecurity, and privacy have become more important, and even technology is emerging in that space. So in other words, we are actually moving into a new age, from a digital age into an intelligent age, as we call it. What is the intelligent age? Well, it means that AI is becoming fully embedded into corporations. What does that mean? Well, we don't really know yet, but we need to start exploring what that means for our organizations. Because data connectivity and AI capabilities start to merge. The companies out there have been able to gather a lot of information in the past few years. We didn't know how to make use of them, but now all the AIs out there, suddenly the information become insight and transform how we do things. At the same time, while we're talking about autonomous organizations and autonomous ways of working, well, what is the role of the human? Humans still are still required in this whole process, because we see that, well, the AI will do a certain job well, but it will be based on how the humans train it, how the humans make sense of it. And what's more needed than ever is critical thinking nowadays. And so we see an evolution from AI-augmented humans. This is where we're at today. Today, we have ChatGPT. Everyone in here probably uses it, as we said before, in order to, resolve simple issues, daily issues. But we need to move into AI-augmented operations. I'll show you an example later on how companies can do that. Because AI-augmented operations are this first step to actually start developing autonomous products, meaning that products will do the work that actually humans were doing before. We were collaborating with a company that does caterpillars, and they are now self-driving caterpillars. So these are the things that we're talking about here. But the last stage of this transformation will be becoming autonomous companies. And as Paul was saying, it's not enough to actually think of what is the innovation that we will be delivering, the what. We also need to be thinking about how are we going to be delivering this? Because clearly, we need to start working differently as well. It's not just about the innovation or creating the innovation, it's also about working differently. Well, first of all, what's required? We need to be visionary about what that means, an autonomous company, what that means being AI augmented. And then that requires that we work in silos. It's not something that has been the standard in the past. We saw the hierarchy system, the hierarchy organization. Well, across silos means we need to work in networks and embrace a way of working where experimentation is actually the norm as opposed to planning. And then last but not least, turn idea into a reality, so implement things, so make things happen. I'm going to skip this. If you want the slides, please send me a note on LinkedIn later. But what does that mean for companies like yours? Where should you get started? Well, first of all, I don't know how many in here have a bespoke innovation process and innovation practices. If you don't, well, you should actually start to learn. Innovation training and literacy is actually key to understanding how do we do this well. And by doing so, also start doing AI augmented workshops, or just workshops, innovation workshops altogether. It would help you understand what's out there, what is it going to be, that future, imagining it, and be visionary about where you want to go and how you want to lead your companies. And then, next stage, of course, is experiment. No one gets it right the first time. Nobody. You need to try it, you need to do it in order to get it right eventually. But it's a journey. It's not going to happen the first time. And that will lead us to holistic programs embedded in the company. Now, I have here different color codes, as you can tell. The light blue means I think this is where most companies are active today. The dark blue means this is where we still see potential of companies to creating more consistent and structured innovation programs in order to enable an AI native transformation of their organizations. Now, some examples from our work. So we do, of course, innovation trainings, and we have a toolkit of how do we enable the organizations or associations. This is an example from an organization that enables women to be entrepreneurs. So it is critically important that people start using this tool, get their hands dirty, try to understand what does it mean for me, what is the potential, but also what are the limitations. You can't understand that by reading the newspaper. You need to actually start using the tools, and that's why we actually help people to get started with it. But then, if we look at more advanced organizations, here we are talking about an example from a governmental organization. It is the Federal Office for Foreign Affairs of Switzerland. So what they have started doing is doing strategy work using AI tools, AI power tools. So one of the challenges they had were that they needed to understand what are the learnings of everyone in our workforce living or working across different countries of the world. So they wanted to conduct more than 70 interviews with people. How do you do this? If humans do this, it's going to be a very difficult and long task. So we created tools for them to leverage those insights and learnings through AI-augmented interviews. And then you have a problem, because then you have too much information. How is a human going to process it? So the next stage is actually using AI again to understand and make sense of all the content out there. Next example is, as Paul was talking about leadership, well, we need to create the enablers of innovation. Enablers of innovation are organizational system, but also leaders. Leaders out there have a tremendous power or stifling innovation or making it happen. But they need to also know, how do I behave? What's required from me? So organizations out there, and this is from the Federal Office of Public Health, they have been using AI tools that we developed in order to upskill their leaders in how do they innovate better, how do they lead their organization or their teams better in order to make them fit for the future. So what does that mean for Pakistani business? Well, my recommendation is, as always, well, start small within your current operations. You can't aim for the big transformation at once. You have to start somewhere, and that's where you are at today. But by fostering a culture of continuous learning and failing and experimentation, well, you will learn what works, what is right for me, what isn't right for me and for my organization, and that will take you to the next stage. Because while you are learning and doing incremental steps, you also need to have a clear vision of where you want to go, what is my company going to look like in the future, in 5 to 10 years from now, and how is AI and all these technologies out there influencing where I should be. But it's not just about technology. It is, of course, about the operating model, and when I use the word operating models, it means the enablers, like leaders, like the organizational structure, like even infrastructure that is required. So you need to think about that as well. And then, while today we have general tools that will help us accomplish certain tasks like ChatGPT, in the future you will need more specific tools that will support you in very specific workflows and processes. Okay, with this, thank you very much for your attention, and if you like, feel free to get connected.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and very well handled without the slides. I know it can be quite off-putting when you've got lights in your face and you're on stage, but we are moving from a digital age to an intelligent age, and we need to be visionaries, collaborate across silos, fail fast, and learn fast at scale, and turn ideas into reality. So, Stephanie, thank you. I think Fresh Solutions AI can certainly help you with that. So find Stephanie and Mark around the day, and they can tell you more about their incredibly innovative solution at Fresh Solutions AI. So next today, we're going to be hearing from Chun Wee, who is the Regional Policy and Insights Lead at ACCA. Please join me in welcoming him to the podium.
Thank you very much. Am I on? Thank you very much, and a very good morning, everyone. So I'm waiting for the slide to come on. Yes, there it is. I come from Singapore, and I have 3 kids, which in Singapore is slightly above average, so sometimes I get a bit embarrassed about that number, but I know that the average here is way more than that, like 3 or 4, so I feel very comfortable here. 2 of my kids are above 2 years old, and they recently very politely informed my wife and I that they do not intend to have children of their own, which is a bit of a bummer, quite disappointing. We love kids, and we were looking forward to becoming, the irresponsible grandparents. You play with the kids, you spoil them rotten, but you don't really have to care about the consequences because discipline is the responsibility of the parents, not the grandparents. So it's slightly disappointing. And our youngest is in his teens, and he told us more than one time that he is not motivated to invest too much into his study because, in his own words, why put in so much effort for a future that may not even come? In a TED Talk that was broadcast last year, the data scientist and also author of the book, Not the End of the World, and her name is Hannah Ritchie. She started her TED Talk by painting quite a distressing picture. According to a study of international young people, so young people from around the world, more than half think that humanity is doomed. 3/4 are afraid of the future. They find it frightening. And more than 1 in 3 are hesitant about bringing their own little human beings into this world. So clearly, my kids are not alone in that thinking. The young people of today, they suspect that they might be the last generation on Earth. On social media, from what they see from headlines, news, they feel that we're going to perish either due to rising sea level, to fatal heat wave, or a global famine, or combination of the above. But in her TED talk, Hannah was not all doom and gloom. In fact, she spent the rest of her talk painting quite a hopeful picture. Instead of being the last generation on Earth, Hannah suggested that maybe we can be the first sustainable generation ever. And she's a data scientist, as I mentioned, so she's done a lot of data crunching. And she said that while human being has overcome a lot of critical issues in the past, child mortality, extreme poverty, literacy, and education. So she believed that we can do it again if we put our heart and mind to it. And it is this sense of hope, it is this can-do spirit that I would like all of us to carry in our heart as we collectively strategize, collectively reflect on how we can realize this vision of being the first sustainable generation. It's been well established that while governments and civil society have a very important role in setting national targets, in driving actions through legislative policy actions, corporates play a very key role in this sustainability movement as well. Some of the corporates in the world, the largest one, they earn more revenue than GDP of certain countries. So with the huge financial might, with the resources that they control, with the huge number of employees that they hire, they wield huge influence. And corporate decisions literally change different aspects of our lives. And this is a US-centric study, but it's quite telling. It's by Pew. Majority of American adults think that the main actor, the energy industry, played a key role in addressing climate risk, followed by businesses and corporates, and then federal government. And we heard yesterday from our finance minister that it is so important that private sector take the lead in Pakistan, even though his remark was made in a slightly different context. So leaders in this room, in case you are not aware already, you are very, very important. You are very, very powerful, and as Spider-Man's uncle, Uncle Ben said, with great power comes great responsibility. King Charles, when he was still the Prince of Charles, said this in a speech that was first broadcast in ACCA's signature virtual conference, the Accounting for the Future. He said this: "We are battling to meet 21st century challenges with 20th century decision-making and reporting system." And the nature world, that is so critical to our well-being, that is so critical for economic prosperity, is consistently undervalued or ignored in economic analysis and decision-making, partially causing them to be depleted at a much faster rate than they can be renewed. In a 2023 study, PwC asserted that 55% of global GDP, which is equivalent to about $58 trillion, is moderately or highly dependent on nature. And when they look at stock exchanges around the world, more than half of the market capitalization listed on the 19 largest stock exchanges is exposed to material nature risk. So clearly, very, very significant. The report discussed different industries and to varying degree how the industries are impacted or reliant on nature and its services. Apart from the obvious ones, and of course you will think about agriculture, you will think about F&B, construction. Apart from these obvious ones, many other industries are impacted or reliant because of the supply chain as well. And in the report, there's a simple illustration of the automotive industry. So at the raw material level, for example, rubber is needed to make the tire, to make the holes inside the engine. You need wood to do the panel. If you're an EV or if you're a hybrid car, you need the lithium battery, which is a mineral that requires a substantive amount of water to extract and to process. And of course, the manufacturing process as well requires a lot of water. So rubber, wood, lithium, water, these are part of the ecosystem services, right? And we need these to build the car. And therefore, when you think about deforestation, when you think about water scarcity, these are not just environmental issues, environmental risks. These are business risks. And you need them to make car, you need them to not just thrive, but indeed to operate. And nature risk is rising. Newsflash. So we had the WWF CEO from Singapore joining the ACCA conference in Singapore just a few weeks ago, and he was sharing this latest report called the Living Planet Report by WWF, and it was showing a very disturbing trend. From 1970, when they started tracking about 20,000 ecosystems across the world, and up to 2020, a few years ago, the loss of biodiversity is to the tune of 73%. Climate risk as well, climate crisis, this has been extensively discussed, very well documented. So I come from Singapore, as I said, and we don't have fall season, but through my travels, through my interaction with colleagues and friends around the world, through reading the headlines, we know that winters are getting longer and colder, and summers are getting hotter, recording highest record temperature. So I've only been to Karachi for a day, so this is my first visit to Pakistan. And just yesterday, at least 5 people have told me that the temperature or the weather in Karachi is not the usual today. So it's much warmer, right? This time of day is supposed to be much cooler. Our friend just came back from a holiday in Japan, and he was timing his visit to the Kawaguchi area, such that he can be there to enjoy the autumn foliage and against the backdrop of Mount Fuji. Now, when I asked you to imagine Mount Fuji, you would think about this gorgeous mountain with a snow on it, right? And when he came back, he was complaining there was no snow cap, right? And if you read the news, this year is actually the latest ever in the 130 years since record started, where the snow had fell in Mount Fuji. And of course, the disappointment in not being able to see a snow-capped Mount Fuji is inconsequential. It's nothing compared to what's happening in Spain right now with the flood, and indeed the devastating flood that happened in Pakistan just 2 years ago. And you don't need me to give you the details. You have a much perhaps of what happened and the aftermath of it. But based on World Bank's estimate, this has impacted to the tune of 33 million people with 2,000 deaths, and the economic damage was to the tune of about US $30 billion. Now, climate scientists have said that this was a result of rising temperature and also the La Nina weather phenomena, resulted in some of the 7,000 glaciers in Pakistan melting, being accelerated, and also much heavier rainfall than usual. And you don't need me to tell you that Pakistan, among the different countries in the world, is ranked one of the top 10 in terms of the vulnerability to climate issue. We've all heard about our limited carbon budget. Think of carbon budget as the spending limit, the amount of CO2 that we can emit. So this is a slightly busy slide. Let me just orientate you a little bit. Scientists have estimated that we emit around 41 gigaton of CO2 each year. And if you look at the three circles, the yellow one, what it says is to get a 66% chance, right, of keeping the temperature, the warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and below, you have a remaining carbon budget of 280 gigaton. Now do your math, right? That translates to what? About 6 to 7 years. So you only have 6 to 7 years before all this run out and the tipping point is reached. So action needs to be taken. Message is loud and clear. It's getting increasingly desperate as well. And climate risk, as I said earlier, is a business risk. It is a business risk. And if you look at it, and it's typically put into two buckets, fiscal risk and transition risk. So from the business perspective, fiscal risk, and think about the flood that we talk about. If you have a factory that is there, it's going to affect your property planning, are not going to survive the flooding, right? And it's going to affect your supply chain, it's going to affect the health of your employees. Transition risk is slightly more nuanced. It is about how, as the whole move towards a more carbon neutral economy, where governments are start putting in different legislation, different policy intervention, then you're going to have impact, right? So the old business model, if you're especially a carbon-intensive business, you're going to have a very costly disruption to your operation. Think of carbon tax, right, for example, and think of the consumer's expectation. So this is a big risk that everyone needs to start strategizing. Now, every coin has two sides to it, right? So if every risk comes, opportunities. But opportunities will only present itself to companies that are bold in tearing down the old and restarting the new. So what's happening in the boardroom then? So I've observed quite a number of board discussions. I'm in some boards myself. Boardroom discussion tend to be more tactical. I don't know about what your observation is, than strategic. And that is understandable because a lot of very urgent things are happening at the same time. But, I've found, and my observation is when the topic of sustainability gets brought up, a lot of people just kind of like turn their eye a little bit and say, again, another compliance thing that we need to deal with. Let's go to the audit committee, let's go to the CFO, and let's not really bother about it. But it is a strategic imperative. It's so important. In the research that organized in Singapore, one senior leader from a very large bank in Singapore came in and said, well, let's look at where the money, right? Money makes the world go round. And money responds to signals. And he suggested two different signals. One signal is the chain, right? Simplistically thinking, is your customer's customer or several layers up. There are different expectations, there are different demands, because they are also subject to different regulatory requirements. And therefore, you need to meet those requirements in order to continue to be commercially viable. And the other piece is regulation, as we discussed earlier as well, carbon tax, different reporting. It's not just reporting. Reporting underpins, or reporting need to be underpinned by real action. So these are coming your way, as I'm sure you also heard in Pakistan as well. So, I think it's so important that we reflect on it, and it is very clear that it is not about doing nature a favor. We are not doing nature a favor. We're not tree hugging. This is strategic discussion. This is survival of the company, and I think this needs to be very clear to all of us. The report that ACCA released as part of COP28 last year, we asked accountants from around the world whether they are ready. So, interestingly and quite depressingly, more than half of the respondents told us that they have yet to develop a plan for reducing their carbon emission. And what's worse, 70% of those people, they either do not have a plan or do not have a fixed timeline to developing one. So, this is reflective of what's happening in business. And again, it's a slight wake-up call for everyone. It's always easier to look at what other people are doing. So this is a report that just released last month, actually, by ACCA. It's about navigating nature-related reporting. And we actually captured some examples of early adoption of the TNFD, Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. These are some examples of the targets that they have set, and I thought this is a good reference point for all of us. It's not a matter of copy and paste, obviously. Every company is different. So for example, if you are a legal firm that is serving mainly local, you need to track all your scope 3 emission right through your supply chain. Probably not very relevant and not very important, but if you're a manufacturing company that is grabbing raw material and WIP from different suppliers, then scope 3 emission is clearly very, very critical for you. So you need to think about your company and do the right thing. I'm from ACCA, and I'm an accountant. Of course, when I say accountants are important, you'll say, yeah, of course you'll say that. But the accounting, thank you. The accounting profession, this is mentioned by Mark Carney, the ex-governor of the Bank of England. And he said of the speech that he made in the ACCA IFAC conference, accounting profession is absolutely critical to climate change. And it's not just about the numbers. You need to do the crunching, you need to track the numbers. But at the same time, it's about the governance, it's about the strategy, it's about planning, which I'm sure all of us are very familiar with. So I'm going to just skip through some of this, and I want to tell one last story before I wrap up. I just want to also show that we have a lot of professional insights work that you can get and talks about different things around green budgeting, around how the toolkits for SMEs, for example, that you can leverage on. And we train our accountants so that they're ready. So they are already trained on S1 and S2, and also the assurance standards. And also we have a new professional diploma that's come out with different certificates. Pick and choose and do it if you want to. Right? So I just want to tell the story given, I think just yesterday, the biggest news is about the US election. And this was from 2008 when Obama and McCain were vying against each other. And this is a story that was reported in Wall Street Journal. And it's about a conversation between a father and a son. Right? So this father was asking the son in California, so if you get to vote, my son, who would you vote for? Is it Obama or McCain? And the son said, no, I won't vote for either of them. I'm going to vote for Arnold Schwarzenegger. And the father was slightly amused. He was like, oh, what does he know about the financial meltdown? What does he know about the geopolitical situation that we're facing today? And the son said, well, he may not know so much about those things, I'm not sure, but I know as a matter of fact that as the governor of California, he has done so much to clean up our water, our soil, the air, and if he becomes the president of America, he's going to do the same for the whole country. And that, when I'm your age, this is going to be my problem. And the article ended saying, leaders of the world, listen up. This is your customer of the future. So linked to a little bit of the customer, the young people, they have the ambition and they have different perception. So again, for your company to thrive, for your employee to attract the best talent into your company, you need to really think about this as well. So with that, let me end off my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Chun Wee. And with great power does come great responsibility. So I love that. So what a fantastic start to our morning. Incredibly impressive addresses by all our speakers so far. So now we're going to open the floor to a Q&A. 10 minutes of Q&A. Please raise your hand. Please, please, please keep the questions short so you can ask more questions to our esteemed speakers. So please open the floor, raise your hands if you'd like to ask any of our speakers a question. Please also announce your name, your company, and keep your questions brief. Thank you very much.
Morning. My name is Amjad. I'm from PSO. I just wanted to know about the future challenges that we are facing in terms of leadership and in terms of skills that would be required for the future workforce that is coming into the company. Like now we've got the generative AI and all those things that are coming in. So do we accept from the sales force that if we see someone that is like coming up with a solution with a ChatGPT or some generative AI and we tell them this is cheating or this is something you didn't think about it, So what kind of skill set would be required for the future force? That's like my main question. Thank you.
Can I start? Well, I think there's a number of them. But if you specifically focus on this concept of using ChatGPT, whether it's in education or your schools, your children are using it for writing their essays. I'm sure you are doing it for writing your emails. I'm sure you are doing it for brainstorming specific ideas. Is that cheating or not? I think it all comes down to this concept of, as a leader of the future, you have to be able to ask the right questions. Where's the right questions of your people? Where's the right questions of your team? Or where's the right questions for ChatGPT? Just a confession. My personal productivity has increased by at least 20-fold for a $20 a month subscription. I'm using ChatGPT every single day. Part of this speech was written by ChatGPT. Do I let ChatGPT write it themselves? No. But do I ask it to augment, as my neighbor would say? Absolutely yes. Is that cheating? No bloody way. You are silly. Sorry, I was going to use another word. You are silly if you not use the facilities that is available. And if you've not been using it, you're even more silly. So, yes, it is not cheating. You're silly if you don't do it.
Can I provide a slightly contrarian view? I think it's a great question, and thank you for asking it. I do think that we have to look at what we're trying to solve for. And I think when we talk about leadership and executive leadership, there is definitely a case for AI, and I think we all welcome it. I think when we're talking about solutions for our country, we need to look at more foundational solutions. And those foundational solutions, in my view, is a lot more focused on vocational training, because ChatGPT will not fix your sink, will not build your roads, and will not build your schools. So I think there needs to be a combination and a fusion of generative AI and artificial intelligence to assist us in our solutions, but without losing focus that the biggest employer currently in most emerging economies will be physical labor that still will be required, and ChatGPT will not do that. So I think we cannot lose that sight of that balance. And unfortunately, I just came from FII last week in Riyadh. There's a lot of focus and excitement about generative AI, and I feel like the youth of tomorrow is getting a bit left behind, because not everybody will be able to use it, and it will not be a net positive from an economic perspective for every single person in the world. So I think the focus on foundational skill sets is exceedingly important. Education, STEM education is exceedingly important, but not everybody is going to finish university. And again, coming from the Soviet Union, I will tell you, when you have too many engineers and too many lawyers, the foundation of society starts to fail.
Hello?
Yeah.
So, and what actually is being highlighted here, it's critical thinking. This is the skill that you need to learn. We haven't been taught this skill in school. So we need to be critically thinking about where does it make sense to use AI, as you're highlighting, but also once we use it, is it really helping us? Is it really helping us advancing in our companies, as humans, as a society? And this is, I think, the core skill that we all need to embrace the future, critical thinking.
Just to layer on a little bit, I think all my esteemed panel are correct. And it is about being open-minded. I always feel that ChatGPT or any Gen AI, they are like an enthusiastic intern who is super resourceful, but you can't just leave the intern to run the world, right? So you have to take control yourself. And just to layer on the sustainability bit, I think there needs to be clear awareness of what this means for the company. And it's about thinking, so what is the scenario like? If this happened, how would my company need to pivot? I think having that vision and the ability to navigate this uncertain future is so critical. right? So I thought that would be a very important aspect. I would be remiss not to mention that.
Hey. Hey, Paul.
Hi, man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Mudassir. I work with Jazz, do public policy. One key takeaway from this whole forum is that Pakistan needs to upskill, rescale, or whatever, at a scale. Reality is that corporations, they want job-ready workforce. They're not into pre-developing talent. So how do you make this general requirement with this reality as a leader, as a corporate leader, what should be the role? Because we need it, upskilling at a scale. Government needs to participate, private sector organizations, they do. How do you bridge the difference between this requirement and the reality?
Anyone wants to take that? Well, I've got a, sorry, I've got a view. And the view is all about, I think we talked about, or I shared that we have to move from controlling organizations to network organizations. This for me is part of the network organization. You have to be able to build collaborations and coalitions outside of your organizations to survive. Whether that's to do with educational institutes, to have skills, whether that's to do with innovation, with product research, or whether that's to do with specific sales channels. Yeah? I think coalitions and partnerships is the key to many of those issues. It's not about solving or finding the solution ourselves. It's about being willing to say, I don't know, let me source that out to somebody else and let me work with them. I think that is the way, also in this case, with skill uplift, you have to partner not just with universities, specifically also on the vocational side. Because we don't need just mathematicians. We also need people that are able to draw Karachi electric distribution lines, correct? And know what voltage is. That's as important as others.
So I think what you're highlighting is that there is a mismatch between your ability to deliver daily work and upskilling. So you need to still keep operating. You can't spend your time learning, right? So the solution to that for me is let's combine the two things. While moving forward in your operations, while delivering innovation, while delivering all sorts of other services to your customers, integrate the upskilling into the workflow, into the process. I think this is where the big potential of AI lies today. The tools we are developing actually enable people to do it while they're doing their work. So the AI will guide you through a different kind of innovation process. It will guide you through doing things differently. You can apply those, they can get ideas from the AI, but then you can also apply those things in your daily work. And while you are delivering on your objectives, your operational objectives and targets, at the same time, you're learning to do things differently, more effectively. At the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. The ways we're working today might not be the most effective ways anymore. They were relevant at a certain time, but now we have new solutions that make us more productive, make us more effective, and we should embrace them. While we are doing our job, we can still learn about them and combine the two things.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ravish Hassan, and I'm the Regional Marketing Director at Dun & Bradstreet. So my question could be for maybe all of you. So you mentioned about sustainability. Within sustainability, which component within the environmental social governance do you think would be the most important component for corporates to focus on in Pakistan these days?
I'm really sorry, we're going to have to cut the questions because we're running a little bit over on time, but can you please come and find them afterwards and you can ask them those questions in person. I'm sorry about that, but thank you so much to the audience for your questions and thank you to our wonderful speakers for their insightful answers. We will now begin the presentation of these souvenirs. So I would like to invite retired Major General Shahzad Naeem from the Strategic Investments Team at Nutshell Group and Nagin Rizvi, Head of Corporate Communications at Unity Foods. And the souvenirs will be presented by Ali Akai, who is the Chairman of the Martin Dow Group. Please may you all stand for the presentation of your souvenirs. And we will begin with Stephanie. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the souvenirs are just coming, and we will begin with the presentation, and Stephanie will be first. Yep. Okay, so please could we present Stephanie, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Let's give Stephanie her souvenir. And next today we will be presenting Constantin Makarov with his souvenir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's keep the energy going, ladies and gentlemen. Almost time for tea. Thank you very much. And next up will be Paul Keijzer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Chun Wee. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. And just a reminder that they are being given the Pakistan Beauty and Splendor by Irfan Mirza's book. This captures the evocative beauty of Pakistan. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you, esteemed speakers. So for our second session of the day today, we will be having our first panel discussion, and we're going to be introducing a new theme, and that is the future of healthcare. So I would like to welcome to the stage David Hyman, who is the founding partner of Andalus Holdings and board member of King's College Hospital in London and the UAE. I would also like to welcome Johannes Hans Keijzer, please excuse my pronunciations again, Chief Executive Officer of Novacare Hospital, Douglas Corley, who is the co-founder of Sage Health and co-founder and CEO of Equity Health, Mahmoud Hatem, who is the Vice President for the Middle East and Africa of Maharam and Partners, Haved Gula Mohammed, who is the Group Managing Director and CEO of Martin Dow Group. And this session will be moderated by Haroon Kasim, who is the Managing Director of Farm Evo Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My Paul is just sitting there. I don't use ChatGPT. I have hired someone to use ChatGPT for me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Nutshell, for asking us to talk about something very close to our hearts because we are all belonging to the healthcare profession. And the panel I have, I think it's a very esteemed panel flown from all over the world. And it's my distinguished honor to present this as the future of healthcare session to all of you. I think post-COVID, we have learned a lot of lessons in the healthcare, and we have seen a tremendous upheaval in the healthcare profession from the first world to the third world countries. And I think it has given us a lot of learnings how we see the future of the healthcare. And we face really complex and interconnected challenges that will shape the future. And how do we see the healthcare? I think we want to see the healthcare which is resilient, equitable, and adaptable. The healthcare has expanded beyond treatment to become comprehensive ecosystem of prevention, wellness, and sustainability. However, there are many challenges that I think we need to address maybe in this session and the future for the healthcare. The first challenge that I feel is the access and equity with the growing population, aging demographics, and rising non-communicable disease, especially in the lower income and remote areas where resources are limited. We have to leverage innovations like telemedicines, mobile health, and community care to reach even the most undeserved population. The second biggest challenge, and the speakers before us talked about, is the digital transformation. And from artificial intelligence, assisted diagnostics to robotic surgeries, digital tools are redefining the patient care, promising improved efficiency, accuracy, and access. Yet as we more rely on the artificial intelligence and the data, we must remember that the healthcare is ultimately a human-centered service. Technology can support, but never replace the empathy and human touch at the heart of the compassionate care. And the third and the biggest challenge I feel is skilled and resilient healthcare workforce. With the global shortage of the healthcare professionals, coupled with rising demand, underscore the need for continuous professional development. And by equipping our workforce with the skill they need and supporting their well-being, we can sustain the quality patient care and prevent burnout. So I feel that the insights we will have from this panel will help us to see the more accessible, efficient, and humane healthcare future for us going forward. I have a very distinguished panel, and I will request each panelist to highlight how they see the future of the healthcare. And each panelist will get 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll go into the Q&A session with each one. I would request on my right, Mr. Javed Ghulam. He is the Managing Director of Martin Dow, which is one of the largest pharmaceutical companies of Pakistan, to share his thoughts and how he sees the future of the healthcare. Javed.
Hello, yes. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. The future of healthcare, because I belong to the pharmaceutical industry, and I'm sure many other panelists are coming from a different segment of healthcare, so they will focus on their areas. But when I look at the pharmaceutical industry, what we have seen, a kind of innovation coming in medicine, and particularly in the West, has completely changed the way the treatment are being offered. When we look at the personalized medicine, genomic testing, these were not prevalent in the past, but now we see things have changed. And plus, if you look at the new product development, in the past we were like, we have to wait for 15, 20 years to perform the clinical trials and to bring the product to the market, and it was taking considerably longer time. But due to the use of technology, due to the use of AI, now we have talked about, that turnaround time of developing a product has been reduced substantially. And we have seen during the COVID era also the way the vaccines came in so quickly. And this is, I think, a major turnaround where the new and innovative molecules are coming at a much faster pace than what it used to be. Now, at the same time, we are in the third world, in the developing country, where we don't have access to all those technology which is available in the developed market. So it's a big challenge that we faced in a particular country like Pakistan, where the spending on healthcare by the government is very, very minimum. It's not the focus, especially two areas, which is health and education. is one of the least focus area for the government. And most of the hospitals, most of the healthcare services are being managed in a big city like Karachi by NGOs, which is not their responsibility, it is the responsibility of the government. But we have seen that NGOs have taken the major role in providing the healthcare facilities in this city and in this country. As far as pharmaceutical access is concerned to the population here, when you look at the world market, is a big market, and if you look at the regional market, a country like Philippines and Vietnam, they have a market size of like $6 to $8 billion, but pharmaceutical market size of Pakistan is hardly $3 billion. So which clearly says the accessibility of medicine is very, very limited to the population size of 250 million that we have in the country. So this is one area which is access of healthcare facilities, diagnostics facility, and the pharmaceutical. These are the key focus area and the key challenges that we face in Pakistan.
Thank you, Javed, for highlighting. I will go to my extreme left. Doug, your take on the future of the healthcare.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. So at a really high level, I think what the CEO at Martin Dow said is exactly right. As you go from the extreme affluence in countries like the US or Switzerland or Singapore, different geographies, different population bases, comparing that to Vietnam, Philippines, or Pakistan, you have a completely different set of problems. You have different pricing structures for pharma, for medical device. The problems are a myriad, but it comes down to me in healthcare, it always comes down to three things. It comes down to how are you treating, how are you diagnosing, and what are you doing to prevent? And technology plays a role in each of these. Different technologies in different parts of the world. As was very well mentioned, genetic testing in the US has had a huge rise in popularity. A couple of IPOs and SPAC listings during COVID, like 23andMe, and the unfortunate demise. And now, there's a very large company, sort of a Me Too, Me Better version from Hong Kong named Prenetics, which also had a very epic rise, has been very popular. And I think it's now a penny stock. And I don't say that to be negative. I say that to mean these technologies are fantastic. They tried to make them premium products, very expensive, exclusive only to Western markets, very high price product. But that's not the case. These tests cost pennies to make, and they were selling them for $100. The goal to me, and the future for this panel, I hope, is to get better access to higher quality products in more markets. So again, to add to what has already been said, yes, it's a technology issue. AI will be rampant in healthcare, and we'll talk about that in our questions. But I'd ask everyone to think first and foremost about what is AI. You have to put something in order to get something out. So really, to me, the fundamental question is, what are the problems that old AI systems have faced, and how is this one different? AI is an engine. So with that, I'll leave a little bit of a teaser. I'll pass along. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Mahmoud, your take on the subject matter.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Mahmoud Hatem. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Cairo, Egypt. I'm the vice president of MNP, which is one of the largest lobbying and advocacy firm in the Middle East and Africa. While thinking about health, everybody in this room always think that if you don't have health, then you don't have the first thing that you need to have to start your day. So today I'll be talking about the future of healthcare from a policy perspective and from a regulation perspective, and how to have a proper ecosystem in our developing countries from a regulatory framework standpoint and from a legal standpoint. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mahmoud. Hans, you have been here in Pakistan for very long, and you work with Aga Khan, which is one of the finest institutions of Pakistan. Now you're setting up a hospital in Islamabad. So what do you see, the overall Pakistan context and as well the global context in the future healthcare? It's on the top here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Let me start with the vision of AKU, the Chancellor said, there is no good reason why in a country like Pakistan, people should not have access to first world healthcare. And that's actually what he is doing. And many institutions like NGOs, which was mentioned before, and other private institutions actually are doing the same. Look at SIUT, they have robotic surgery, they have lots of cath labs, all the technology is available. There is the Pakistan Kidney and Liver Institute in Lahore, and we as NovaCare will obviously do the same. So slowly you see technology is coming into Pakistan, maybe not at the same level as in the US or in Europe, but it's happening. Now looking at the future, I see a few issues. One is the shortage of skilled labor. It is predicted that by 2030 there is a global shortage of skilled healthcare professionals, doctors and nurses, of about 10 million professionals. Now that is a risk for Pakistan, because Pakistan, which has a good level of medical education, most physicians after their graduation will go to another country for their residency, and hopefully they will ever come back, but most probably the majority will not. So the workforce is one of the issues that we need to face. The other one is the level of education. I came to know from another conference that in Pakistan about 20 million children do not go to a proper education. So when it comes to use data, remote following of patients, it assumes a certain literacy, which I see in Pakistan should be a high priority to work on. But basically, I'm an optimistic person, and I see lots of initiative happening in Pakistan, being one of us one of them. And we come to talk later about the risks of AI and the challenges and the opportunities of robotic surgery. But basically, I'm optimistic, but we have a few very serious issues that need to be addressed by policymakers and actually everybody in the country.
Thanks, Hans. Dr. David Hyman is a board member of King's College London, and he has working for Andalus Holdings. It's based in Dubai. Your take on this, David?
Yes. Thank you so much, and delighted to be here in this vibrant city of Karachi. Thank you for having me. So we talk about the future of healthcare, right? So people ask me, what is it going to look like in a few years from now? Are we going to have robots doing all the surgeries? Are we going to use nanomedicine all over the place? Yes, while I think these are scenarios that we do foresee a generation from now to have widespread use, this is not how we as healthcare providers, governments, healthcare companies look at it today. If we want to understand the near future, I think what we should do is let's take a step back and look first of all at the demand. What is driving the demand for healthcare today, whether it's Pakistan or the US or the UK? It's it's incredibly similar. So number one, we have growing populations. So we have more demand for the existing resources that we have. Number two, and again, none of this is a secret, we have aging populations. As we know, the majority of healthcare spend is taking place on the, let's say, the second half of life rather than the first half of life. The third big factor is we have increasingly unhealthy lifestyles, right? From the one hand, we have a far more sedentary lifestyle, so we don't move enough. Our nutrition is not what it used to be. We consume too much sugar, too much processed food. We have too much pollution in the air and elsewhere. And arguably, we have a more stressful life now. All of these factors, every single one of these together, they combine and they lead to a drastic increase in the disease burden across all countries, especially what we call non-communicable diseases. So these are, number one, cardiovascular disease, they are cancer, they're chronic respiratory diseases, they are diabetes, they are neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's, etc. These account for about 80% of all death, and that is globally. Now, in the high-income countries, People die of the same diseases a little bit later. In low to middle income countries, they die of the same diseases a little bit younger, maybe up to a decade younger. But ultimately, this is about 80% of all death. So now, how do we, as healthcare providers, again, hospitals or governments or healthcare companies, try to address this demand for healthcare? Well, there are several ways of what we are doing today. Number one, we are building more capacity. We're building more hospitals, more clinics, etc. We are spending more on existing proven treatments. As an example, in the last 5 years, global treatment on oncology has increased 5-fold to $250 billion globally. That is far, far faster than the population growth. So that was number one. Number two, we are working on improving the treatments and increasing the efficiency of hospitals, of equipment, etc., in such a way that we can see more patients with the existing resources that we have. The third thing that we do is we are trying to identify, diagnose, and treat diseases earlier. If we treat them earlier, we drastically reduce the cost of it, we are reducing the duration it takes to treat it, and we are distinctly increasing the longevity and the chances of survival. And the fourth one, yes, we are encouraging ultimately everyone to live healthier lifestyles, to eat healthy and to move, exercise. As you can imagine, while this is showing an impact, overall it's not sufficient at the moment to make a strong dent in the overall demand for healthcare. So I think, like my colleague Hans here mentioned, despite all of these things that we're doing, the issue that we're seeing is naturally we have limited resources, limited budgets, limited healthcare professionals. So in terms of addressing the needs, investments, anything that we can do to either use our existing resources better, faster, or to provide more supply is what we see as the key to addressing the starkly increasing and growing demand in healthcare.
Thanks, David. I can see you kind of walk the talk. When you talk about the healthier lifestyle, I can see you really believe in this. My question to you is, with this, you're talking about the chronic disease and the communicable disease on the rise. So how do you see that investments in the new artificial intelligence, telemedicines, and centralized patient data systems can help providers scale their services efficiently over the latest technology using? How can it become more efficient for patients?
So again, I mean, everyone talks about AI and we get super excited and we think AI is going to solve everything. I don't think that's the case. It will definitely help. Again, when I'm looking at it, the way we look at it is from a healthcare provider perspective. So what matters is what can have an impact in the next 5 years. That's what we're focusing on today. There are other companies you're looking at 20 years from now and to see which one makes it through. But in the end, what the vast majority of governments and companies do is look at what can we do today, next year, in the next 5 years maximum in order to improve the supply. Artificial intelligence, I think there are three kind of areas that we see that are really picking up. On the diagnostic side, I mean, you probably have read about this, but we now are able to use AI, which is really just a way to analyze data, to look at radiology imaging pictures, right? So whether you have an X-ray or an MRI, we look at large data sets, and with the help of AI, which is able to process a lot more data points a lot faster than we are able to do it manually, or that even the doctor can do from experience, we can see trends, we can identify problems, and we can identify issues much earlier than we would otherwise. So that is helping us, again, to go back to treating things earlier, hopefully increasing the lifespan and reducing costs. So that's the medical application. The other thing that we see is AI allows us to use the data, say genetic data or population data, to analyze it in such a way that we can move away from the traditional shotgun approach, meaning just same treatment for everyone, to a far more personalized and focused treatment, right? So your neighbor may have the same problem, but he has a different genetic, he has a different history, he has a different age, everything is different. So while broadly the treatment could be more or less the same, in the past we would give everyone the same medication, the same plan. With the help of AI, we are able to focus that and give your neighbor a slightly different treatment to what we're giving other people. And then the third thing that we see today taking place in AI is increasing the operational efficiency of hospitals and of healthcare ecosystems through things such as, well, we can do telemedicine on the one hand, we can do incoming phone calls, right? If you want to make an appointment, you have to go through a whole system to get to the right doctor, so all of that can be automated. The whole, what we call the back end, the way we are processing it, the billing side of it, all of that we can do faster and in a much shorter time span than before, ultimately freeing up resources to spend on where it's needed most.
Thanks, David. Taking the same theme, Hans, question to you. There's so much data that we are talking about, and the patient's rights and privacy, and there's a scare, the misuses are growing. Yesterday I received an email from one of the conference organizers, and they actually put my password on the email, and I was kind of shocked, because the password is protected. So I was kind of taken back. A big conference organizer would put up my password on the email to everyone, copying everyone. So these types of issues where data driven, how would you ensure that the protecting the patient's privacy? Because everyone has access to it now, the nurse, the patient, the attendant, the doctor, and then it just goes viral.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I would say fasten your seatbelts, because this is going to be a big and major issue. So this privacy of data is there since we have medical records. So for example, if a minister will be admitted to the hospital, everybody, left or right, will try to have access to the data, what's happening with the guy. So there is a kind of curiosity to know what's going on. But now, we have another dimension, because all the systems need to be connected. So the interoperability of data generating systems, be it medical records, be it imaging, be it lab results, be it income data, these data all need to be connected to comply or fulfill the requirements of AI algorithms that with all these data come to a certain conclusion and advice for how to behave or what is the next step in the treatment of this patient. Because income differences have a decisive impact on the success of certain treatments. So this is a very complex area. So normally you would ask a patient, okay, please give me your consent that we can use your data for whatever we think is useful for your treatment. But I'm afraid that now these systems become massive. Everybody is collecting data. And the AI is actually the art of managing raw data into something meaningful. And that's where the problem is. And I believe that we should ask the regulators to do some rigorous steps in terms of policy definition. For example, imagine that an insurance company, a health insurer, would have access to the same data as my healthcare provider or the government. And I believe there should be concrete firewalls between these systems, because it then not only jeopardizes your privacy, but it can impact your life based on policy decisions. And take, for example, the digital currency. And even the chairman of the European Central Bank says, we will use this digital currency to control people's life. And you can differ of opinion, okay, whether this is for the good of humanity or not, but it jeopardizes my privacy anyway. So, long story short, we need to have regulations to protect the privacy of individuals, and at the same time give these individuals certain say about who am I going to allow to use my data and for what purpose?
Thanks, Hans. I think shifting gears, Mahmood, my question to you is that we talk about the human resource and the challenges that we face, especially in developing countries like Pakistan and Egypt and other countries, where we have a lot of healthcare professionals and we see a lot of brain drain. What policies you talk about? You work on the policies and with the regulations. What policies and incentives you think can help to kind of retain the brain within the country, the talent, and not brain drain the healthcare professionals? Do you have some thoughts about it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Qasim, for this very interesting question about the brain drain in the Middle East. So basically in Egypt, we have from 20 to 30% of the healthcare graduates, they go to the EU or to the US, they get headhunted. And there was a big committee done by the Egyptian parliament in Egypt, by the president of the healthcare committee, how to retain these people from traveling abroad. We started having shortages whether in healthcare professions, in physicians or nurses. So in the past, the Egyptians, they used to go to Europe or to the US. They stay for from 5 to 10 years and then they come back. But now even sometimes they don't come back, or they prefer to go to the GCC. So now we have a few incentives that the government and the parliament did, which is they started giving some competitive compensations for the healthcare professionals in terms of market alignment in salaries, some benefit packages. They also give some career development in terms of training programs, mentorship initiatives. Also, the government tried to improve working conditions in terms of infrastructure investment. They started upgrading the healthcare facilities and providing all the necessary medical equipment. And also one of the most important things that the Egyptian government did in the last few years were the knowledge exchange programs. They activated a lot of fellowship and trainings to retain these healthcare professionals.
Thanks, Doug.
May I just offer one comment on this side? Because from our perspective, again, I look at it from a private hospital operator, investor perspective. All of these initiatives by governments are very helpful and they are needed, but I think, in my opinion, they are not sufficient. I think what you need to provide to the local population, in this case, let's talk about Pakistan, what you need to provide is opportunities. So my colleague Hans here is the CEO of a new hospital, NovaCare, that is being built right now as we speak in Islamabad, in affiliation with Imperial College London. So it has the same clinical quality levels, the same structure as a top-notch modern UK hospital. And that is something that is needed. That is something that attracts. There's a lot of demand already for doctors from the UK and US, Pakistanis who want to come home, who are looking for the right setting, for the right opportunity to work. And I believe this is a key example of providing an environment that will encourage all of those to come back.
Hans, want to add something to it?
Just a few comments. It's a little bit more complex, and that has to do with the nature of hierarchy as is applied in Pakistani organizations. And don't take me wrong if I make a few critical comments on how we run our organizations. A few years ago, I gave a semester course at IBA here in Karachi for an MBA class, leadership. All my students had only one objective: I want to leave Pakistan once I have my degree. And I tried to figure out why is there this ever-occurring desire to leave the country because somewhere else life would be better. Is it salary? No, it's not only salary. It's, as I understand from many conversations with young and mid-career professionals, it's They are not given the opportunities in our organizations that they deserve. And I urge every senior manager or professional to create opportunities for people that are younger or less experienced than you. They might even be better. And I, in my practice of management, try to empower people to give them opportunities to grow and even outperform me. That is my role as a leader, and I think every senior leader in any Pakistani organizations, whether it's healthcare or not, should think about his role in why is this exodus going on.
You have opened a Pandora box and we have time limitation, so I will not go into the details of this brain drain. But Javed wants to add some points to it, and then I'll go to Doug for the next question.
I'd like to add what Hans said here. And because a country like Pakistan with a population of 230 million people here, if people are going abroad and earning very precious foreign exchange for the country, so we don't mind doing that because we're heavily relying on export and remittances to improve our trade balance. But I agree with Hans that it is the responsibility of policymakers, it is the responsibility of entrepreneurs to develop a system in the organization that we can develop more talent pool locally. Instead of, let's say, people will leave, there is no way we can stop them, but we carry now a bigger responsibility as a corporate to provide a kind of a training and development environment in the company where we can develop more talent in-house. And in fact, give more opportunity world to source people from Pakistan.
Thanks for adding all the input. Taking the same cue, Doug, I have a question that, how do we bridge this gap with this artificial intelligence and technology-driven? Can this really help, to facilitate the training and excelling the healthcare professionals as what, Hans mentioned about it?
Yeah, so taking a step back and talking about where AI currently is and where it should be. On the education aspect, yes, very much. Even in China or Philippines, in a country, yes, that may have a healthcare market cap twice the size here, the population is half. And the training of nurses in Philippines, if you go to UAE, or I suspect even Egypt, certainly in Qatar, anywhere you go across the Middle East, you have at least the NPs and the RPNs are from Philippines. And they may or may not speak the local language as well. And they received a 2-year degree. Not 4, not 6, not 8, a 2-year degree. And this was trained in a very old school 1960s medical way, meaning they didn't require very expensive fancy solutions. SAP did not come in and provide them $250,000 solutions. And the next generation of training in AI, I fear, will attempt to have that as a business model as well. So I think when we think about where AI can play a role, avoiding politics as the American in the room, the utilization of this, making it very accessible, very utilitarian, democratic, if you will, it's incredibly cheap. The technology itself is basically free. The difficulty is in the data. The difficulty is in how do you train the data? How do you tag the data? And moving forward, where it can play a role in the healthcare industry overall, yes, as Dr. David said, it can play a role in ERP systems, management. It can stitch together data. But again, as I alluded to at the beginning, garbage in, garbage out. If you are unaware of where your data is coming from, or if you have audit trails that fall short, if you have paper records and also digital records, but they're not harmonized, I'm sorry to be the harbinger of negative news. Your medical records are not complete and they will not be utilizable by AI. If you go back for a quick history lesson to IBM Watson, where a dear friend of mine was the product builder and global head for a decade, her words, and I quote, "It was a PR campaign of multi-billion dollars for a decade before we had any value." And she'll happily speak to this. Again, my point is not to be negative, but my point is much more so, it's incredible potential, but we need to make sure that we use it in the right ways, right? In a country like Pakistan, there's a large population with immense talents. The software that we're building for my company is housed in Lahore. Some phenomenal tech talent. They're Caltech trained, they're Stanford trained, and they chose to come back to Pakistan because they believe in this country, as do I. And there's phenomenal ability to make an impact. And I think, as Mahmoud has gingerly touched on, regulation to me is the key. I worry, again, as the American in the room, as government gets more involved in things, or as things become more bureaucratic because there are now hearing committees and chairing committees and all of these additional layers, that slows things down. And as we all agree, AI's goal and promise is to speed things up. So I think instead of trying to focus just on, you know, what is the tech, it's really what is the implementation of this, what are the sequential steps that need to be done so that we can make sure this has the impact that we all believe it can, and that we focus on the areas, again, as Dr. David said, where the health system is today, and not, you know, not the 10, 20-year promise. You know, what are the problems today, and how can this tech be an iterative solution? It's not going to take you from 0 to 100. It can take you from 0 to 1 or from 1 to 10. So thank you for the question.
Thanks, Doug, for your interesting perspective on how the government should mind their own business. I'm shifting gears to the Pakistan healthcare, and since my colleague, friend Javed is here, and he can talk about the Pakistan healthcare system, especially we're talking about access to the healthcare, Javed, and we know that especially the rural populations. So how do you think the telemedicine or the new technologies can evolve and better address the disparity, you know, the rural population we have, and we have still a lot of, you know, access issues in Pakistan healthcare system?
Yeah, thank you. If you look at the rural population of Pakistan is around 60 to 65%, but by definition, if you look at big cities, even big cities have a lot of areas which qualify under the rural areas, because the kind of infrastructure and the basic health services are not available in few parts of Karachi, few parts of Lahore, few parts of Peshawar as well. So in fact, the rural population is much higher than what we show, which is not 60-65%, but I think is like around above 70%. Now the real challenge is a big population base, and we need to provide a kind of a healthcare service to them. So technology can play a critical role, and when we talk about technology, then telemedicine is one of the tools that can be used to actually provide the healthcare services to the rural population. Now, remote consulting is one area, one focus area, which can be used by telemedicine, and people in the rural areas can take advice, seek advice from specialists sitting in the urban population here. The second one is that what I see is like a chronic disease like diabetes and cardio, where you have to go and regularly visit the doctors, and this can be maintained through telecommunication, and you can seek advice from the doctors. The third one is a stigma in our society that is all related to mental health, where people are reluctant to go and visit doctors, even in urban population. And I think telemedicine can play a critical role, where we can get the counseling, where we can get the consultation related to mental health issues, and can be treated at an initial stage before it gets worse. The fourth one, I would like to focus in telemedicine or in terms of technology is, I think, capacity development and training and education, which can be spread through technology in the remote areas, in the rural areas, because we have in our country a lot of healthcare workers, and these are not doctors, these are paramedic staffs, and they can be trained enough to at least give a proper guidance to our population in rural areas. Now, what kind of challenges that we face in those areas is internet access, the lack of electricity, and the most important thing that I personally feel is a digital literacy that we have, because overall literacy rate is very low in Pakistan, and when we talk about the digital literacy, this is one of the most important area if you really want to implement any kind of like a technology in the rural areas.
Thank you, Javed. I think COVID helped Pakistan to go into the digital space. It has slowed down, but I think as we speak, it's again going to pick up as we get the shortages. I have an interesting question for Hans, and you are you mentioned about the precision medicine. I want to share a data with you. And it's a study which is quoted in a medical journal, So approximately 75% of the drugs for cancer treatment do not help the patient they are prescribed for. More than 70% of the drugs for Alzheimer's do not work on the patient they are prescribed for. In general, less than 50% of prescribed drugs actually help the patients they are prescribed for. So we have this a big challenge, where 50% of the drugs don't work on the patients. And for the fact, I know within the family that a lot of, products don't work or the medicine don't work to the certain patient. So how do you think this personalized medicine or the precision medicine can help the patients going forward in the healthcare perspective, And anyone wants to add after Hans, I will be happy because we have to close the session in the 4 minutes, I think.
Yeah, and that will be needed because I'm not a doctor. I'm just a simple economist trying to run hospitals in the best possible way. But what we have seen over the last 3 decades, I think for a few specialties you can say that the development of medication was quite successful. And I think cardiology is one of the domains where you can say, okay, wow, they did a great job. While on the other hand, for diseases like cancer, I think the progress goes very slow. The research is probably complex. The development is expensive. So whenever there is a drug that could help for a certain population with a certain gene or DNA composition, it will be difficult to have access to these medications. So for a country as Pakistan, I think that's a far future kind of vision. But optimistic as I am, I believe that with all the technology in place and genomics and the thinking about individualized medicine, progress can be made. But we should not count ourselves rich before we cash.
I agree. We're talking about the latest drugs, especially the biotech, products like Ozempic, and you talk about the cancer drugs, which are very precise precision medicine, but they cost a huge amount of money that we have to dish out. Anybody wants to add to this, Doug? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you. From my perspective, and we have helped India and Chinese manufacturers go overseas. We've driven 9 figures in revenue for these companies. We've dealt with a lot, both in terms of branded products and generics. And there are 2 general schools of thought. The first is everything that we need to discover has already been discovered. The fancy term for this is the pharmacopoeia effect. So think of it like a book. You have all the words that you need to write the book. Now you need to find the right order of these words. And the second is exactly, Hans, as you've mentioned, there's a lot of research. It's very expensive now. It's more complicated now as you go deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. I think that the reality for these diseases is somewhere in the middle. So if you look at diabetes, now depending on where you go in the world, it's called metabolic syndrome. And it's no longer one singular disease, but it is an aggregation of multiple diseases. Or you look at autoimmune disorders, right? Lupus is the disease of 1,000 syndromes. So these get very bloated and complicated. So I think the reality of how you can get access to these medicines, how you can make progress, the research needs to be more ubiquitous. There needs to be more access with patients. And I do think that data and AI, as this panel has rightly suggested, can play a significant role.
Yes, we saw in the COVID vaccine. In within 1.5 or 2 years, we got the COVID vaccine actually in the market.
With Dr. Langer, a friend at Moderna, they sequenced it within a week.
Within a week.
They knew exactly how they did all the computational biology on how to make this druggable within a month, and then it was entirely up to the regulatory framework, right? And this is where Warp Speed in the U.S., along with DARPA, played a significant role in pushing this ahead. And we're not going to go from 10 years down to 6 months, but I think we can go from 10 to 4, maybe 10 to 3.
Hans doesn't agree, so Hans. You going to go ahead?
No, I was thinking about the COVID vaccine.
David, you want to add anything?
That would require another symposium.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Still some scar tissue.
I mean, look, in the end, I agree with you. We don't have, sometimes we don't have solutions that address 100% of the problem without any side effects. That doesn't exist. And this is not the way how governments look at it. This is not the way how healthcare investors look at it. Today, what matters? If you ask me, do you want to invest in this? Do you think this is a smart way to go down to? There are several questions that I think everyone should ask, whether you're the banker funding the project or whether you are the hospital investing into it. Number one, does it work? And does it work better than what we have today? That's number one. Number two, healthcare is, one way or another, it is a product, right? Is it better, more convenient for the patient than what we have in the past? And thirdly, is it financially attractive? So let me give you one example. You talked about oncology. There's a radiation oncology. Just yesterday I was having a discussion in a hospital here about a product called a gamma pod. It's a radiation device specifically focused on breast cancer. So we look at it, we say, well, what does it do? It focuses the radiation precisely on the tumor, on the cancer tumor in the breast, and thereby pretty much avoiding the vast majority of other organs, etc. So, does it work? Yes. Does it work better, safer than alternatives today? Yes. It avoids radiation to the heart, it avoids skin issues, etc. So that's tick. Is it more convenient? Yes, actually, it's a single 15-minute outpatient session. So a patient can come into an outpatient setting, a clinic, 15-minute treatment, she goes out, done. She doesn't have to come back, she doesn't have to wait for a month, she doesn't have to repeat the treatment. So patient convenience, yes, this is what people want. Financially, is it cheaper? It's comparable to alternatives, but because of the reduced period of treatment, in the same period of time you can see 10 patients instead of 1 patient. So overall, you tick all the boxes. Now that's the way I think we need to look at healthcare. Not does it solve all the problems instantly at once. This is not where we are today. That's not where we're going to be tomorrow. But does it meet these key criteria?
I wish we had more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, my distinguished colleagues. I'll just conclude with 1 or 2 liners. I think we as healthcare professionals need commitment for a compassionate, patient-centered care, and that I think will ultimately lead to success. So let's move forward for a dedicating to creating healthcare system that truly serves all. Thank you, gentlemen, for a healthy discussion. I wish we had more time to cover many topics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your wonderful address. We will be breaking shortly for our networking tea, but before that, we're going to do the presentation of the souvenirs. So please, you can ask all your questions that you'd like to our wonderful panel during the tea break, but we would now like to welcome and invite Amir Shehzad, the Executive Director of Unity Foods, Asfa from the Nutshell Group, and the souvenirs to be presented by Nazir Salim, who is the President and CEO of HBL. So may you all please rise for the presentation of these souvenirs. Okay, so may we please start with the presentation to Dr. David Heyman. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, almost at the tea break. Okay, so Dr. David Hyman, please could we pronounce the souvenir? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our esteemed speakers. Thank you. Thank you. And next up we have Johannes Keijzer. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our esteemed speakers. And to Douglas Corley, thank you very much for being here today. Round of applause to our speakers. Thank you. And to Mahmoud Khatem, round of applause, and thank you for being here and joining us on stage. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the round of applause going. We're breaking for tea shortly. And to Javed Gulu Mohammed, ladies and gentlemen, let's present him with his souvenir. Thank you very much, Javed. Round of applause. And last but not least, to Haroon Kasim, round of applause. Thank you for being a wonderful moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would also now like to invite Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman, Usman Youssef, who is the Director of Nutshell Communications, and Rabia Ahmad, Director and CEO of Nutshell Group, for a group photo. Could you please come and join them on stage? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now be breaking for a short tea. So for us to be able to continue all of the exceptional conversations coming up, it is very important that we stick to schedule. So we will be starting the next session at 11:30. Please go and grab your tea and refreshments and come back in the hall for an 11:30 sharp. Don't forget, we're currently live on Nutshell Group's YouTube channel, Facebook page, LinkedIn. So please make sure to post any pictures and tag the Future Summit, What Matters Now, the Nutshell Group and Unity Foods Limited. Thank you. seats.
Okay, let's get started. Welcome back, everybody, to this session on financial inclusion. I'm very excited to join a fantastic panel on stage, and we hope to have a conversation around financial inclusion and empowerment. I think one of the things that I sort of think about when we talk about financial inclusion is to really try to understand, is it just a buzzword that and sounds like a mouthful, financial inclusion and empowerment. But really, practically speaking, there's a lot of fantastic examples across the developing economies and developed economies of what financial inclusion looks like in practice. For example, the things that I think about is the empowerment of farmers in rural areas. The things I think about is women entrepreneurs and them getting access to loans. The things I think about is SMEs and access to healthcare technology or healthcare insurance through the purposes of financial inclusion. So there's a lot of ways in which financial inclusion plays its part in all of our lives. One of the most important ways in which financial inclusion is particularly pertinent to Pakistan is our documenting our vast and frankly undocumented economy. And giving people access to financial solutions and creating them and bringing them into the fold of the formal economy is really the need of the hour and something that the finance minister talked about and many other speakers have spoken about as well. So with that in mind, I'm going to start us off, and I'm going to move over to Rifa Qadri, who's representing Easy Pesa. Telenor Microfinance Bank, having had an incredible sort of infrastructure of Telenor behind it, was able to create Easy Pesa, which has now been leading the charge amongst many other sort of players in the fintech space in providing these kinds of access solutions. I reactivated my Easy Pesa account a few weeks ago, and the process of being on that application is far superior than it has been. I was scanning my fingers, getting verified by Nada. It was a fantastic experience, so kudos to the team. What do you think, Rifa, are the primary challenges that Easy Pesa now faces as far as financial inclusion is concerned, and specifically women empowerment is concerned? Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for that question. I think it's very important to first know that the only way this financial inclusion can take place is through digital financial inclusion, because the access that a digital platform can give to people, a brick and mortar bank unfortunately cannot. It cannot be placed at every nook and corner of the country. However, provided the number of smartphones that we have, the internet penetration is going up, I think that is the future. That is how we've placed ourselves. And also, we have the in-principle approval of being the first digital bank of Pakistan, which I think, and we're leading the cause of financial inclusion, especially for women. And we've been working very hard to get to women who, for example, there are a lot of women who voluntarily do not open their accounts, whether even if they're not from a very low-income background, because they feel that, the man of the house has an account, I don't need one. So we've been educating women from all stratas of life to include themselves, and right now the financial inclusion for women stands at 13% in Pakistan, which is a very, very low number. Even India next door is around 35-36%. And I think that the future lies with women, and that's what we are working towards. And they can only, in a society like Pakistan where women do not want to go out, and do not want to go to a brick and mortar, they're not comfortable, I think digital financial inclusion is can be their most important way of them being financially included. So I think Easy Pesa is already leading the front in that area.
Fantastic. I think one of the panelists came up to me that visiting from abroad, and they said, we don't see a lot of women in the room. So I've been very lucky to have a woman panelist on each of my panels, and I hope that all of you in your corporate spheres are doing their utmost to sort of encourage women in both the workforce and also create that kind of empowerment. And that goes hand in hand with financial inclusion and women empowerment in general. Moving over to you, Christos, and thank you for joining us. So M&T Holland is a fantastic story emerging from the Middle East, emerging from Egypt, and now becoming a regional powerhouse, a unicorn after its last raise of over $200 million. And M&T Holland has taken the bold step to not only come into Pakistan, but into other geographies in the region as well. How do you see the broader sort of regional landscape as far as financial inclusion is concerned, as far as empowerment is concerned, and how do you see M&T Holland fitting into the region as a whole and into Pakistan, which we'll delve into more along in the conversation?
Thank you very much for this great question. I would like to take a few minutes, thank everybody for this great opportunity to be here. My name is Christos Argiriou. I'm the CEO of Holland Microfinance Bank. This bank was followed by an acquisition by the group M&T in Egypt, which was founded by Mr. Munir Nakhla. It has been a great journey for M&T. It started initially in Egypt as a vehicle financing and pure microfinance play. Over the year, technology was introduced to the group, where we transitioned into addressing customers through a ride-hailing app called Halan. And then we pivoted into a full-fledged financial technology company, which enabled us to be the leading lending services company and financial technology company in Egypt. The transaction that you were referring to that made us a unicorn was a blessing from investors to take this model, this full ecosystem that was developed into the wider region. We are here very blessed to be. Pakistan was our first country. I've been personally looking after the country since 2022. The founder was looking very closely since 2021. And in the past year, we've been also present in Turkey, UAE, Saudi Arabia. It took us some time to go outside of Egypt. We spent a good 10 to 12 years, but now we have a full ecosystem that we are able to leverage on our own technology and core banking software, and we're able to deploy in many places in the world. In terms of the landscape that we're seeing, we see a huge adoption from the regulators, a very strong push on the digitization and financial inclusion in all countries, Egypt, the MENA region, and Pakistan. A lot of fintech players now have been growing all around us, and we're actually encouraging this because we are looking at this as a new wave of adoption, the same way that the telecoms had done decades before. And I'm very glad to be here. I mean, Pakistan, the similarities between the culture of Pakistan and Egypt are huge. We've learned a lot of lessons between the two nations, and maybe we can delve more into details in the second part. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, a story of pivots, and as with any sort of startup that's looking into technology and working in the sort of finance sphere as well, Holland has been sort of constantly reinventing itself as it's been growing across not just Egypt, but now in the region. And we really appreciate your sort of vote of confidence into Pakistan, and hope the journey is just beginning and it's going to be an exciting journey moving forward. Shifting gears a bit and moving over to Mohammed Masood from Grandco. Grandco is on a mission to develop local credit, capital markets, and provide credit solutions, especially in lower income countries. Could you share with us, Mohammed, any lessons or any sort of impact stories that you've looked at in the broader region or outside of Pakistan? And then what could that possibly mean for us in Pakistan as well?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Osman, for the question. And before I start, I'd like to echo Christos' thanks for the organizers and for the audience. Let me, before I start, let's just set up the scene, a little bit of what Grandco and Pitch do and InfraZaman. So Garanco is a risk mitigation solution provider. We are part of a bigger group called PIDGE, Private Infrastructure Development Group, which is funded by 7 of the G12 governments. And we also have our local affiliate here, which is Infrazamen. I'm sure a lot of people in the room will be familiar with. We've been working closely with them in Pakistan. Within the group, we have 3 main pillars that we focus on. So first, mobilizing private investment, mobilizing private credit in local currency. So we believe that there's a lot of incumbent funds in the country, on the developing countries we work on, that can be utilized for the development before tapping international investors. Second is developing financial markets. So what we think is it's not only enough for us to do a deal and that's it. It's more of developing the capabilities in the local markets. And to give an example, I was just discussing with a client yesterday for a meeting, and they're more in the CNI solar business. But they said what we've done with them a few years ago paved the way for other investors and other banks to do the transaction without our guarantee. And I always joke about it. We are in the business of being obsolete. By this, I mean that we want to try to work with the banks, work with the investors, but we want to build the capability so next time this deal comes or similar deal comes, the banks and the investors are comfortable to do it by themselves without our guarantee. And moving on to give maybe a bit of a closer example to Pakistan. So Infrazamen, last year they've worked with Cash Foundation. Probably some people are familiar with the name as well. So it's a non-for-profit organization. They focus on financial inclusion solutions. And then they work a lot in the microfinance sphere. And then Infrazamen worked with them. They provided 100% guarantee on a 2.5 billion rupees. And then by doing this, given that Infrazamen has a AAA rating by PACRA, right? So they mobilized or they enabled them to not only tap new types of investors, because before that they were just limited to banks, but also they managed to do this at a much cheaper rate, right? So I think to summarize, what I'm trying to say here is there's a lot of potential, right? I think there's a big role for local capital and private investment in the country, not only in financial inclusion side, but also in power and EV and a lot of other initiatives that have been discussed over yesterday and today. And I think it's very important, Infrazamen, Garanco, and PIDGE overall, we want to lead on that, and we want to collaborate with everyone in the market to spearhead this.
Excellent. I mean, these are the sorts of stories of teaming up and collaborating with both international partners and local partners to address really pressing challenges on the ground, and we appreciate your efforts in that regard as well. Focusing in and narrowing one's sort of shifting focus towards the local sort of efforts with NBP funds. We have Amjad Wahid Saab over here, and NBP funds has been doing some incredible work as well with some fantastic performance numbers. I was doing some research and I looked up that your assets under management just this past year have grown from 301 billion to 420 billion. And this kind of sort of growth of doubling or compounding sort of annual growth over year on year has been quite common at NBP funds. So fantastic work you've been doing. And it's not just been sort of resting on your laurels, but also incorporating new technologies, whether that's WhatsApp self-service, mobile applications, or introducing new products like Islamic savings funds. NBP has also focused a lot on inclusivity, driving some focus on SMEs as well. So that's my 2 bits of marketing on your behalf. But the question I wanted to ask you is, what are the challenges that NPP Funds is facing as far as financial inclusion is concerned? And how do you see the sort of overall NPP Funds related and mutual funds related sort of landscape evolving moving forward?
Thank you, Usman. First of all, mutual funds play a very key role in financial inclusion. And it starts with the fact that basically, a common man does not even have, either has the time or the expertise to invest in stock market, bond market, money market, treasury bills, and that's where mutual funds come in, providing the diversification and the expertise and offering a one-window operation, where investors can, through us, reach the capital markets. And then I think one other factor where we are educating the investors is how to meet their long-term financial goals. Typical financial goals for any person is, retirement, building a house, educating their children, and so on. So we sit down with the investor and we sort of take them through their financial journey and how much they need to save, where they need to invest to reach their objectives. Mutual fund industry now have grown to about 1 million, investors, which I think is very low number. If you look at India, there are 191 million mutual fund investors. In Pakistan, there are about 1 million. So if we assume that, obviously our population is 1/7, we should still have 27 million. So there are challenges. I think one of the challenges is the saving rate, low savings rate in Pakistan, which is about 13% versus about 30% in India and Bangladesh. So when people save less, they invest less, It's a part of our culture, and then our per capita income is also relatively lower. So that has an impact. And I think then the national savings schemes, which offer a very high return, for sovereign risk, almost no risk, they are a challenge. Obviously, government offers that return from the taxpayers' money, but it becomes difficult for us to compete there. And then, we charge a relatively low fee, 1.2%. So in that fee to, educate investors, to open branches, to, so those are challenges, but we are, I think, growing well. We are growing as an industry at about 35-40% per year. And now that basically retirement plans, government retirement plans are also coming to us, I think hopefully going forward, the growth will be more exponential.
I guess, I hear you loud and clear that the sort of rate of savings in Pakistan should be much more. And I think one of the challenges that a lot of people do face when there's savings is that a lot of the savings isn't showing up in the documented economy as well. So that's one of the other tasks that financial inclusion hopefully aims to sort of resolve, is documenting that economy and bringing that on board. So both things can move sort of parallel together. Hot off the presses, when I was sort of flying over and coming back to Pakistan, I was looking at the latest sort of news from SPP and the proposed changes to the Act. So moving to you, Rifa, we see that State Bank has proposed some changes to the Act which haven't been adopted yet, but the topic of digital currencies is now sort of in the news, and there seems to be some movement in that direction. How would Easy Paisa look at digital currencies, and would that improve any of the sort of the rates of sort of inclusion that we're going to be looking at over the next few years and decades to come?
I think first and foremost, I think it's important that this has been recognized as something important in Pakistan, which till now has not been. Digital currencies all over the world are becoming popular even as an investment, but in Pakistan this is still not a regularized market. So I think the first thing is that it will be regulated once we have a CBDC. And it's important for this regulation to improve digital financial inclusion in Pakistan. I think it shows the importance digital takes over brick and mortar in the book of SBP, which means that the country is moving towards digital inclusion. This can pose problems maybe in the future, but I think for starting point, I think it's important that digital is the way forward for any kind of financial inclusion in Pakistan, because it is not the kind of population we have, it is not possible for brick and mortar to be in every place. And also it is important to be less cash dependent. For us as a country to move to financial inclusion, and digital currency obviously is a step in that direction. So step in the right direction will take some time, and for Easy Paisa, digital currency goes hand in hand because we're a digital bank. So I think adopting a digital currency obviously improves the digital financial inclusion for Pakistan. And we are ready to adopt it, and I think it's important to be agile and to be adaptable for something like a digital currency.
Absolutely. Moving over to you, Christos, you guys have obviously made this acquisition in Pakistan, taking over Advance and now rebranding that to M&T Harlan. We were talking about SBP, the state bank. Naturally, you've had a lot of dealings with them and you've worked with them very closely. And I'm sure that you have some stories there, but without putting you on the spot too much, what I want to really ask you is, as you were sort of looking at Pakistan, what was the case for Pakistan, not just to M&T Harlan as a holding, but yourself as well? So, and why Pakistan? Why now? And what can we really expect from M&T Harlan or Pakistan in the next few months and years?
Thank you very much for the question. So one more thing before answering this question about our identity and who we are, which defines why we came to your country. We are a very consumer-focused entity. Yes, we are a lender, but we're not a lender to a borrower that takes a loan and moves on. We actually have a mission to take these underbanked and poor entrepreneurs to the next level. So we start with very small loans. Our average loan size in Egypt is around the equivalent of 200,000 PKR. And we will manage to grow a loan book. We'll manage to onboard millions of customers on our application and to grow our loan size to close to $1 billion. So looking at the demographics, first of all, of Egypt and Pakistan, 100 million population, your country being 240 million, and the informal economy being in such big compared to the formal economy, which is also very similar to Egypt, our ability to be able to provide financing to and outreach to people in 24,000 districts all over Egypt is something that we've been very successful in doing by being very focused and passionate about our customer. Where do they live? How do they behave? What do they need? And how can they keep growing? So this is not a one-off, this is one journey that keeps growing. In your country, the similarities are stunning. We were actually, so our first, of course, move, given our identity as a microfinance player in the establishment, was to go through a microfinance banking entity that can also raise funds from deposits. And we were able very fast to implement a turnaround. It was a small bank that we acquired, and now we're aiming to grow it to a scale that would be even bigger than Egypt as well, using the same approach, using our own technology, using the very deep know-how that we have in Egypt that is really focused on rural areas. A lot of people in Pakistan are avoiding, in my discussions, the agri because of the risks, the unsecure financing. We are doing the exact opposite. We are focusing on unsecured financing. We're also doing a big portion in agri, and we're very focused on doing EMI, equal monthly installments, so that we can be always close to our customers. We've seen also a lot of very successful players on the ground, so we're not the only ones. And when we met with these people, we found that they are very similar to what we're doing. Our dream is, as a next step, is to introduce the Harlan app and to start having Harlan all over the world. Something along the lines of Kaspi in Kazakhstan and Nubank in Brazil, who have been able to be the the bank of choice for millions and millions of customers, because these customers recognize that this is not just a loan, this is also a growth path where we keep growing the loan as our borrowers keep repaying their loans. And we're very excited to be here. So far, our journey has been very good. We've been looking at your country during the tough times. We're very glad, I mean, after hearing the Minister of Finance and the talks that we've been hearing of how the budget deficit is improving and the current account is improving, and we are promising that our work on the ground will also contribute to this growth, because we've witnessed the prosperity that this kind of financing creates. Actually, we see providing financial access as electricity. We see it as a basic human right. We are very happy, and I think I'm very fortunate while working to be able to have such a huge impact. The statistics say that one loan to one of our poor customers contributes to a job of two to three people as well. So this is really something that we're very proud of, and we have a huge mission here, and we are promising to all stakeholders to deliver. The regulators, as you mentioned, have been very encouraging, and I think we live in an ecosystem where all the stakeholders are empowering us, encouraging us, and we're very positive about our mission here and in other places as well. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I mean, these are the sorts of...
Thank you.
With some of the brands or very well-known brands sort of leaving the country in the last few months, and we all know who they are, it's always lovely to see the commitment in the region and these sorts of brands coming in and sort of creating this sort of air of optimism. And we need that optimism in the country, and we need to sort of move forward. So really appreciate, Christos, your thoughts there, and kudos to Harlan, and best of luck. And I hope that the other collaborators of the ecosystem, and there's many present here today, will open this sort of competition and collaborate with you with open arms. Mohammed, Garanco is obviously providing these kinds of credit solutions and financing solutions in Pakistan together with Infrazamin. What are the sort of top 2 or 3 recommendations or prescriptions you would offer to sort of decision makers or large corporate entities in the country on how to sort of look at providing those services and sort of make your life easier as well?
Okay, that's a good one. I think one of the things that we really struggle with, and I do think maybe a lot of people in the room here will agree with me, is predictability. Right? We work in a lot of developing countries, and I know this is a theme across as well, but I think over the last few years, predictability or being able to forecast the future with high level of certainty. Sorry. Hello. Being able to forecast the future with high level of certainty has been one of our challenges, and I dare to say maybe a lot of other investors, right? And I think there are 2 elements for this. There is obviously things under our control and things out of our control. Out of our control, we know that. We all know this, right? Inflation, the war, whether in Russia, Ukraine, or Gaza, floods, right? Again, so there are certain things that we can't really control. But what we can do, and to your question, what we can do with the regulators, with the financial system, with investors, right, is to work together. We're talking about the SBP approval, right? To work together in terms of setting the right frameworks, right? So when the development starts happening, Pakistan is more resilient, right? So you have these frameworks in place that we are not reactive, but we're proactive, right? And in order for this to happen, I think it's very important to have these dialogues and conferences and learning from each other, right? In order for us to share the knowledge, and in order for Pakistan to be ready for that. These are the things that we can control. So we have a conference tomorrow about, green bond. All these things are things and frameworks that the regulators, the investors, the banks can all sit together, get this in place. So it's alleviating some of the uncertainties, right? So we can move forward and we be ready to, whenever investment is here, we can move on.
Absolutely. Predictability, I think that's, you've really nailed, you've really sort of hit the nail on the head. That's one of the themes, and thank you for validating, because Asfar, my partner, also mentioned this in his opening address, that one of the things we really need is long-term regulations, or sort of stability as far as the regulatory framework is concerned, and we wouldn't all mind some political stability as well if that can come along with that. So yeah, absolutely. My time's up, but I'm just, if I can just ask you to very, very quickly, if I were to say you are finance minister for a day, or the governor of the state bank, what are the one or two things or three things you would immediately do? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I really want to hear your candid thoughts on that.
Well, I think our finance minister is doing a very good job, so I don't want to be in his position. But let me reframe the question. If I have to make three suggestions to the finance minister, I think the first one will be to expedite privatization. We cannot simply afford, to provide $4 billion of subsidies and grants to these state-owned enterprises. And where privatization is not possible, lease it out to the private sector for 30 years. India in the last 2 years have leased out, about $25 billion of their assets to the private sector for a 30-year grant. The second suggestion is reduce the corporate tax rate. Corporate sector creates 9 out of 10 jobs, exports, so reduce the tax rate. It's impacting capital formation. And that will be possible when the government size is reduced, when there's privatization, it will create room to reduce that. The third is education. As you know, we are way behind in education. So what India did in 2004, they introduced a 2% education cess on all types of incomes, whether it's from service or customs or income tax, and then in 2007, they increased it from 2% to 3%. And today, the secondary school enrollment in India is 80%. In Pakistan, we are at about 45%. We need to spend on education, and I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. From your lips to the finance minister, whoever makes a decision, to his ears, hopefully that happens. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jules.
Thank you so much for another insightful panel. And obviously, as Usman says, you can really feel this air of optimism in Pakistan. So we are now going to present our esteemed guests with their souvenirs. So could I please ask Amir Shahzad, the Executive Director of Unity Foods, and from Nutshell, Chief Marshal Sohail Aman. I would also like to invite Ramat Hasni, President and CEO of the National Bank of Pakistan, to come and present these souvenirs. Please can we give them a round of applause? So for our first souvenir, we'd like to present Arifa Kadri. Please, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And for our next souvenir, to Christos Argerou, who is the Chief Executive Officer of MMT Hallen Pak BV. Round of applause, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have Mohammed Masood to be presented. May Ramat Hasni please present the souvenir? And Dr. Amjad Waheed. Thank you, Ramat Hasni, for presenting the souvenirs. And could I please ask Farina Mazur from Nutshell Group to join on stage for the group photo? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our esteemed guests. Okay, thank you very much to our wonderful speakers. We are absolutely charging through this day, and we have another panel up next. We have some incredibly important guests that are about to be joining us on the stage, and I'm sure you are very eager to hear from all of them. So the next panel is the Bankers' Dialogue, and we will be discussing the very important topic, will Pakistan's financial sector deliver? This will certainly be a highly insightful conversation. So could you please help me and welcome our esteemed guest, Mohammed Nasir Salim, who is the President and CEO of HBL, Ramat Hasni, the President and CEO of the National Bank of Pakistan, Ahmed Khan Bozai, the Managing Director and City Country Officer of Citibank, Karam Shahzad Khan, who is the President and CEO of Habib Metro Bank, Mohammed Atif Hanif, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Al Baraka Bank, Pakistan Limited, and Imran Halim Sheikh, the Deputy CEO of Bank Islami Pakistan Limited, and our moderator, who is Ali Khazar, Director of Research at Business Recorder. Please, let's give them a very warm welcome.
Shall we? Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this session. It's been a very great conference and event arranged by Nutshell and team. I must appreciate Azwar and the team to do this wonderful job and keeping the bar high every time they do this conference. So the topic we have is about is one very close to my heart, and of course the gentlemen sitting over there, they are very much into it as well, and it's about the financial inclusion and about what is the future about the banking in Pakistan in 2030. We know that the Pakistan private banks started thriving back in days, then nationalization came, and the all banks were nationalized, and then in 1990s when the privatization started as well, so banks started moving up towards the financial inclusion, and they've improved their the risk management and enhanced the deposit mobilization and lending. But after the 2008 crisis, the effort seems to be fizzled away for the host of reasons, and the fiscal deficit is too high. That's why they've been borrowing to the government in mostly, and many banks have become a deposit shop, and the earning had become the treasury. So whereas the corporate lending and the SME lending and the consumer lending came at the back burner and all something. So the way things have moved up now, Pakistan economic cycle is going through another wave now, as explained by some of the economists yesterday as well, that after 2004, in 2024, we have a primary fiscal surplus for the first year, and then we expect a primary surplus of 2% this year, and what the IMF targets are to continue with those kind of surpluses and all that. There are taxation implication and all other factors which some of you mentioned, but one good reason is this provide liquidity for the banking sector to move towards the private sector, because the government borrowing imprint is perhaps going to reduce in the next few years, and with interest rate falling down, and with sooner or later the economic growth will revive. that would entail banks to move towards the private lending and all that. So this is starting on a good note that after about 20 years, we're getting back into the cycle where private sector lending can increase from the banking. And if I remind you of that, the private credit to GDP was about 27% or something in 2007, and it has moved down to 10% or something now. The advance to deposit ratio of one of the bank, the Faysal Bank, was in 90s in 2007, and many banks were about in 80s and 70s and that. And today, all the banks are struggling to even reach 50%, and government has imposed tax on it as well. And but there are reasons which are beyond the bank control, by the macroeconomic factors and all that, which push them back. But those macroeconomic factors are now moving in a favorable direction. And another thing is about it's happening of the digital revolution in Pakistan, and it's a global revolution and all that. And the State Bank has issued 5 digital banking licenses, and all the commercial banks are really geared towards moving toward the digital inclusion. And one of the biggest bank CEO who happens to be finance minister now, he used to say that when he was a banking CEO that my bank is an IT company, not a bank. So that kind of a focus of the banks have on digital penetration and using digital tools to enhance financial inclusion, to attract more deposits and move towards the lending and all that. So in that perspective, I like to see how things would happen in the next few years with the gentleman sitting over there. They are one of the best bankers around in the country. And that's how things would be. So I moved to some of the bankers and all that, and I move the way they are listed in the list without giving anyone as a preference or something. So first I moved to the Nasser Salim. He is the president and CEO of HBL. And so Nasser Saab, tell me about your predecessor who used to say that you are an IT company, not a bank. So how you do move towards that? Plus, your bank is focusing very much on the agriculture side, and you created an agriculture company in that where you're working on that. Plus, the financial inclusion is something Aga Khan Group and Sultan Alana has been talking about for many years, and HBL is not really towards the bottom line as many state-owned banks are doing it. They move towards all the quality of the assets and more towards all the financial inclusion there. So how do you see yourself moving into 2030, and how would you enable more SME financing in the agri space going forward? Yeah.
Thank you. I think I like the preamble and the introduction better, because that actually gave a full background of how the banking sector has evolved. So I think the first one is a very easy gimme. I think the current finance minister, former CEO of Habib Bank, would be happy to know that we still continue with the same mantra, that our aspiration is we're not a bank, we're a technology company with a banking license. So throughout the 2 days, you've heard a lot about digitization that is happening. So whether it is fintech, regtech, agri-tech, biotech, anything now has a tech component with it. So we simply can't escape that, and we do need to internalize it and use it for the betterment of the country. That's the first one. When you look at our agri, we are the #1 among the commercial banks in terms of our portfolio size in agri-financing. However, when you look at the total bank finance to the agri sector, it is about 5-6%. You add some of the ancillary agri-related entities, you're still less than 10%. So 90%, is still not served. There is a middleman that takes a lot of it. And more importantly, our farmers at times do not have the right tools and or the right knowledge to scientifically grow crops, which impacts the yields, which also impacts the quality of the crop and hence the prices that they fetch for it. So what we are looking at is, we decided to take a more rural approach, set up a separate company, which is HPL Zarai Services, that really focuses on providing quality fertilizer, agronomist support, provides a digital network around what we call a dera, which is about 20-25 square kilometers, where we use our digital wallet and our dedicated merchants or Kiryana stores to allow them access to the financing that we're giving them. Our earlier interventions of this nature, before we formed Zarai Services, we were actually able to increase the crop yield by 40%, and we were actually able to put more money in the growers' hands. On the other side, we have roughly, anywhere between 14 to 25% of market share of all banking. A lot of the buyers for these agri products are also our customers. So we've also created that bridge where we can do smart and easy methods of doing so. The other element which we've done not so well as a banking sector, but we need to get better, is how do we do collaterals for the agri-produce, and how do we create better storage for it so that the farmer does not have to sell the crop immediately after the crop is reaped. So that will also make a big impact. Clearly, when you talk about the backdrop of policy rate, and we just had an MPC reduction, what we're going to see is a renewed interest, and actually the financing being channeled back into the right mechanisms, which is not to really support government expenditure, but is really directly to impact the economy of Pakistan. So I think that step by itself is positive. When we start looking at the agenda, and for HPL, really our agenda is built around helping shape Pakistan's economy, because we truly believe that if Pakistan is strong, then HPL and everyone else and all the inhabitants benefit from it. So this is really what drives that focus that you mentioned towards the end. How digitization is going to help financial inclusion, is really through developing the flows. And with one of my previous employers, our mantra used to be, if we can capture the flows, we can monetize those flows for the greater good and be able to put them to good use. So when you look at large corporates, nowadays most banks offer portals where their transactions take place digitally. So you've got the flows, you've got the numbers. In addition to their published balance sheets, you can make risk-based decisions just on the flows between the various counterparties. When we start looking at large corporates, and we start looking at suppliers, and we start looking at their distribution chain, those are now all more or less, for large FMCGs, are digitized. There we are able to see the flows, and we're able to do supplier finance or buyer finance because we know what kind of flows they're doing. We also have the history from the corporate. They've been working with them for this distributor for 5 years, 10 years. There's confidence. The next level, which is where the question was, I can speak for HPL. We have a wallet, which is a Connect app, but now we've started micro collections, right? And what that does is it starts creating that undocumented transaction between distributor and the retailer, the Kiryana store. Those flows start becoming more transparent. So even if we don't have collateral, I can see the history of what this Kiryana store has been, spending and selling. And therefore, I can extend finance that allows this to grow. The second piece that we need to look at is, we always talk about a particular entity. We don't look at it over a point in time. What we have to do is grow this entity. So one day this entity, which is a micro SME, has to become the S part of the eco chain. And that is where in successful countries, banks come in and help with financing and giving them a vision, giving them a scope that how they can expand their business. The second is, how do you take that to make it a medium? How do you take the mediums to be commercial? And that's how you take this forward. The second thing is, banking sector does not work in a vacuum. So we need to also work collaboratively with the regulators, with the government, to make sure that the oversight regulations as well as the country regulations are business friendly. Clearly there was a discussion around the corporate taxes. I think that's one of the stated objectives of the government and the finance minister, that over a period of time that base will be expanded so that it is really far more equitable and a lot of the inconsistencies that come through are removed. Thank you.
And you rightly put about the last things about the tax rates and all that, and that's one of the biggest impediment. But that's how we are going to live with the next couple of years, and I don't see that your ADR tax are going away anytime soon. So that's something you need to put. You need to think about how this reduced government borrowing going forward, how would channel then into the productive sector, the private sector. Now I move to my next panelist, Rahmat Hussaini. Yes, he's the President CEO of National Bank of Pakistan. So after this, the privatization of banking started at about 1990s. The government of Pakistan chose to keep one bank with it. That's the National Bank. And so the rest of the banks which moved to the private hand for the shareholders, they created some values, as you see the market capitalization of HBL, MCB, and Mizan and other banks and all that. And but when we see about the National Bank, it's not there. Perhaps it's working more towards the other stakeholders, the depositors and the lenders and the government. So what? Now, so this one niche, we perhaps need to have that one bank remain in the government sector. So we are very much for the privatization, but perhaps one bank needs to be in the hand of the government to do kind of work which private banks are not doing. So going forward in future, using digital means and other means and the kind of mandate you have is to move towards the broader stakeholders. What is the plan of the National Bank to do what other banks are not being able to do that?
Thank you, Ali. I think we were, in the sense that when we talk about two major terminologies that we use, one is financial inclusion, and the other is access to finance, as the buzzwords right now, and then digitalization. The three concepts are relevant now, but for National Bank of Pakistan, we've been around for 75 years. And since the 60s, we were mandated to do financial inclusion even before financial inclusion became a term. And that started with us being told to, or asked by the government to open a branch in every district and etc., which other banks did not have. So we were reaching out to customers to bring banking to the customers and to the masses. And that kind of activity has continued throughout 70s, 80s, 90s. And then post the privatization, it became, and then there were one, there was one, right? Public sector bank, large, had specific mandates. And now, as we go forward, we look towards the digitalization of those mandates. I don't think, given our constitutive documents, which are available to all shareholders also, and the shareholders buy into that as what they invest in is that, a bank which also has A, B, C, D mandate. And in that respect, we continue with that, but with a move towards digitalizing a lot of the processes that perhaps obviously were manual, and people had to come to the bank branch to do their business. And as that digitalization of processes and customers continues, obviously that more and more services will be offered to them on the digital platform. But as a bank, we shall not veer away from our mandate as an agent of promoting financial inclusion and access to finance in a sustainable manner for the bank, so that the shareholders, as you talk about, do receive and continue to receive a return on equity. I'm not talking dividends, Ali. And that the bank has continued to do throughout, even to date. I think the necessity of having a bank, as you asked, of our nature, I think is recognized. I think by my colleagues also, and as well as the regulators. Many a time we've had an opportunity to coordinate in the past, collaboratively to, in the better interest of the country, be it in making available cash, as simple things as making available cash to other banks to do their work, be it other transactions which are of a national interest nature. But certainly we stand there, not saying that we won't do stuff that the other banks do, but that our responsibilities as a bank are perhaps a little more. And in the sense that the canvas that we have to operate on is slightly perhaps larger than my friends on this panel is. So that's what we know about.
Great. So I wish you best for the larger and people are appreciating that, and they expect National Bank to do what others cannot do or may not be able to do it because of their commitment to their shareholders more than the stakeholders.
Let me put it that way. So if it is about agriculture, SME, those are the others. We continue to work on a very broad canvas on those also across the country, and that is available for the public in terms of data that the State Bank even makes available as to where we are operating, where access to finance has been made. So I'm very proud of the fact that the bank is operating for SMEs or agricultural lending of the very small lenders all across Pakistan, be it Para Chanar, be it Gawadar, be it Gilgit. So that ethos for us is very important, that we are able to deliver that.
It's heartening to know that. So this is the right kind of flavor we need, that the private banks and the public banks, and then we have another flavor which we have is about the presence of the foreign banks. I mean, in 1990s when Pakistan, the banks were privatized and deregulated, so the bank who really came into the foray through consumer banking, which introduced the consumer banking, the credit card and stuff like that, was the Citibank. And the Citibank nurtured bankers, became the president of many banks, and still they are presidents of some banks which have worked in Citibank and all that. So, but over the period of time, especially after the 2008 crisis, the Citibank and the other foreign banks' presence started fizzling out. They started reducing their presence in Pakistan and all that. So, but they have the experience. They know the market, especially the Citibank knows the market, and now when the tables are turning, as I say that if you go back to 2004, I somehow compare it to the 2024. I may see 25 to 28 is somewhere like 2005 to 8, and at that time Citibank was instrumental. Even in 90s, it was instrumental in terms of introducing the flavor of the consumer lending into Pakistan. Now the digital side and the corporate lending and connecting to the world through especially to the value chains, as Pakistan has to move towards the export and the area, Pakistan has to enhance its trade. We total have a trade about less than $100 billion a year, and international trade which is peanuts. And the banking has to play a role in that. So I go to my next panelist, Ahmed Khan, who's Managing Director of Citibank. in Pakistan. So how you see Citibank and perhaps the other foreign banks in Pakistan help in shaping the future of the banking?
Thanks, Ali. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So I think it's one of the many tragedies in Pakistan and the lamentations that we have, that when at least I started my career, we had at least a dozen international banks present in the country. I started my career with American Express Bank. Tawfiq Saab is the CEO, was my first boss sitting here. We had Societe Generale, we had Credit Agricole, Bank of America, ANZ Grinleys, ABN AMRO, Barclays, you name it, and we had them. And this was, by the way, very unique in the region, because a lot of countries in emerging markets did not have that many foreign banks present, and we had that leading start. And the reason was, in some cases, historical. We were a colonial outpost during partition, and we had a lot of institutions from those countries, whether it was the French or whether it was the Germans who had set up posts in this country. But over time, two things changed. One is the strategies of these global banks changed, and the second thing is we changed, and we being Pakistan. I think we all know, so there's no secret, we'll talk about it openly, that Pakistan drifted from the early 90s to where we are today. And the world moved on. Banks, international banks in particular, became a lot more discerning about where they apply capital and what return they get. Traditionally, we look at capital and the return on capital in a very different way than local banks do. We apply a risk measure to the amount of capital that we invest. So a simple measure like ROE is not good enough. We have to look at how much tangible common equity we have to put in, we have to assess how much risk capital we put in, and economic capital we deploy. So on those measures, things with Pakistan's credit profile deteriorating, it started becoming very difficult for international banks to operate here. The second thing is, as you mentioned, which is a positive side in some way, is that they started to get healthy competition from the likes of my peers around the stage. There was privatization, the local banks started getting more aggressive, they invested in technology, they invested in talent, they invested in systems. And so you had if you were a subscale small operator, international bank operating in Pakistan, you didn't have the balance sheet, you didn't have the pricing power to compete with the local banks. So a mixture of all these factors led to, unfortunately, an exit of a lot of foreign banks. Now, coming back to specifically Citi, because you asked the question, we've been here since 1961, one of the oldest foreign banks in the country and the only American bank in the country. Our primary target market is to deal with global multinationals, and that's just not the likes of the Pepsis and the Cokes and the Nestlés and Unilevers, but it's also international investors. In the last couple of years, we've seen significant inflows come through in either whether it was the equity market or the fixed income market, and all those investors want to channel their funds and execute their trades via institutions like Citi. So institutions like Citi then become a gateway for international investors, be it issuers or institutional investors. Secondly, which I think is another very interesting and exciting development, which is great for Pakistan and good for banks like us, is I think what this crisis over the last few years has taught us is that local groups have to think globally now. The old economic model and construct that we had is no longer good enough. If we have to compete, we have to compete globally. We have to grow and go global, which means that more and more we're having conversations with local groups who are wishing to set up activities in Mexico, in North America, in Europe, or parts of Asia. And guess what? If you are a mid-sized exporter wishing to establish a business in Vietnam, for example, it's going to be difficult. We all carry a Pakistani passport. We carry the baggage that, unfortunately, some of the press carries with us. So how does that exporter navigate that market? Guess what? Citi helps them because we have knowledge of who you are and what you do here, and we have a presence in Vietnam as well. So we bridge that gap. I'm very excited with this development because I think in the last couple of years we've had inquiries coming from local groups in multiples of dozens, whereas we never used to get these inquiries in the past. Our local groups are very inward focused. So now we're having these discussions. The next step and evolution in that is, okay, now that a Pakistani company has set up shop in North America, how do they grow? Well, guess what? Again, we'll help them, right? And having that local connectivity, that global outlook, those relationships that we've developed over the last 60 years, and the insights that we bring as global banks is what I think our local corporate sector needs more of.
Great, great. So that kind of amalgamation we have with the foreign bank experience and the thrive of the local banks and the pricing power and the sheer presence. So that can really help in moving forward and help in connecting to the global value chains. So the global value chain and the trade is so important for any country, and for a country like Pakistan. Trade and finance related trade is extremely important and all that, and there needs to be have specialized banks to work on that way as well. And fortunately we have one specialized bank, a couple of specialized banks in Pakistan who focus on the trade. They're less focused on the consumer side and all that, and they're doing a pretty good job over the period of time, and they slowly move towards and as gaining size from that. And the one once used to be Habib Bank, then this after nationalization and privatization, there's a few banks they made, and one of them was this Habib Metro Bank, and its president Khurram Shahzad Saab is here, and we're talking about the trade, and your bank is really focusing on the trade. How can the digital means and connect to the trade finance, and how can this help in developing local as well as global value chains in Pakistan?
So thank you. Thanks, Ali. So you've described it correctly that we, just one correction, we do every other thing, but we focus on trade. We believe that trade creates wealth. Trade creates wealth among countries. Trade creates wealth among individuals, among companies. So we, by facilitating trade, by financing trade, we think we create wealth, which is a far better way of wealth creation than some of the other financing means available for this wealth creation. It's not just a chance that these countries of East Asia, whether Northeast Asia and now for last 20 years Southeast Asia, they've been growing wealthier countries. Trade lifted them out of this poverty. Trade lifted their large corporations out of this poverty. One of our largest trade segment in Pakistan and for Habib Metro Bank is textiles. You go to any Asian large corporation, including, by the way, Japanese, you will find that they have their genesis in textiles. They started with textile, then they moved into other technology, and they have, some of them have become really big names in technology. So coming to our own, this part of the world, we believe, and so we chose this, we believe that trade is a great equalizer. We believe that trade finance can lift smaller companies into bigger conglomerates and bigger conglomerates into international conglomerates. Something to what we are now seeing, what Ahmed just mentioned. I mean, that trend is really healthy because for the first time, they will be, our corporates will be facing this international competition head on. The way to make it, so trade has seen a lot of digitization over the years. It was in Pakistan relatively slow starter. We had, after an initial burst of digitalization technology, it had petered off a little bit. However, now we are seeing new products. Now we are seeing new ways of this trade finance. The most important being the supply chain finance, in which somebody's supplier is somebody's vendor. So that whole chain, that financing, so you can start from a very low level, which is maybe an SME supplying to a mid-level, and then from that level to an international trade. That thing is important. We are seeing, so I'll give you one example. A lot of trade from Saudi Arabia is done through some of the large petrochemical giants. They are experimenting to do away with LC, for example. Now, that's a digital arrangement between them and banks, and they're testing. They have already tested that product with us, and I'm hoping that that product will be very soon available in the market. We have already, and State Bank has done this big service. That it used to be a time that you could not discount, you could not direct dispatch, you could not do. So exporters had a lot of dependencies, and they had to resort to things which were sort of breaching the rules. The State Bank has created that room. State Bank has created that flexibility, and we are taking advantage of that. So today, you don't need to open LCs, you don't need to export an LCs, you don't need any of that. That digital connection between buyer and supplier, that's really helping us. So we think that, like all technology, there is an inflection point. I'm not very sure if we are really there, maybe in 1 year, maybe in 2 years. All trade banks are now applying tools like artificial intelligence to detect trade-based money laundering, which is a big risk in this line of business. Now, so with this artificial intelligence, with these technology tools, I think maybe in a couple of years, maybe next year, I don't know exact timeline, but there will be an inflection point when you'll see people sitting in their offices, no runner running to bank, bringing documents, etc. We will be very soon at that stage. This scanning, etc., that is already there, but a step much better than that, a step before that. Right now, from their consoles to the ultimate buyer's computers. So that's how we think that we will, and we're planning to bring it to people's hands.
Great. So using AI to minimize the risk and enhance trade in the banking sector is the right approach to do. And you talked about the inflection point is to reach over there. So there's another inflection point which Pakistan is achieving, and you know that banking is about the trust between the client and the banker. It's you trust with your wealth, you trust with your saving, you trust with your money. It's the biggest trust which you have outside the family is to do with the bank. And in Islamic Jamhuriya Pakistan, the belief structure is to do a lot with the trust. And that's why the Islamic banking in Pakistan is really thriving. One example of a bank is about, Mizan Bank that started somewhere about 2 decades ago, and now it's competing with the HBL to become the #1 bank in Pakistan. And HBL is there for 70, 80 years, and other banks are there, but Mizan in 20 odd years coming to that level just because they worked on a niche on Islamic bank and they had the first mover advantage. Then we have another example of Faysal Bank, who has fully converted into Islamic, and it's a big success to see for the others to emulate. And now in this new 26th amendment is that by 2028, Pakistan is perhaps going to be a riba-free country in that. Whether we'll be able to achieve or not, but I can see the commercial interest of many banks into the Islamic, and my next 2 panelists are from Islamic banking. So I like to learn about their experiences about the Islamic banking and about how this help in financial inclusion, and especially from deposit lending side as well, and creating assets which are the saving instrument for people, because many people don't keep bank in the saving accounts or on the fixed deposit because of the interest on that. but Islamic banking gives them that kind of a products, and then they can borrow and that which is in Islamic in nature. So I'd like to pose this question for my next two panelists. First, I move to Atif Hanif, the Chief Executive Officer, Al Baraka Bank. Over to you, Atif Saab.
Thank you, Ali. First, I'd like to mention that Al Baraka Bank is an emerging bank now, although we have been in Pakistan for 30 years. But it is, since the takeover of the new management 2 years ago, we are in the process of relaunch of the bank. We consider this not as a drawback, but as an opportunity. Just like a regular team building and HR reforms, we have hired very good resources from best banks in the country in every segment. But what is more important is the direction and the strategy of the bank. So we have actually, we are now calling our bank launch of a digital bank with a commercial bank license. Because we have only 170 branches. So any bank of this scale, the survival in the industry, in Pakistan industry, is very difficult for any bank with less than 200 branches. So we are not looking at it as half glass empty, but we are looking at it as half glass full, because most digital banks will be launching with 0 branches, and we will have a network of approximately 200 branches by this year end, and a complete robust digital strategy and robust digital team, which is coming up with almost every product and service that a dedicated digital bank can offer. With this, we see a lot of synergy with our main banking areas. For example, we decided to have some niche in our marketing and business strategy, which should strike us out as a different bank than any other bank. And digital has a lot of role to play in it. We started with our corporate side, and what we did, since we exist in 13 countries and we are a strong Islamic brand in many countries, so we started an inter-franchise trade portal, trade finance portal, to give access to the Pakistani exporters to these non-traditional export markets where we exist. For example, we started with South Africa. We chose 60 leading exporters from the segments which export to South Africa. And our counterparts chose 40 leading importers from that country. And we set up a portal where we uploaded all the information, and then we held a webinar between these 60 exporters and those 40 importers. And it was a very big success, and they started this B2B connectivity through our portal. We held third webinar only yesterday with Bahrain, and that also not only trade portal, but that gave access to our exporters to even have financial services of our full-fledged commercial bank in Bahrain. We are holding another one with Turkey. So this is one area where we consider ourselves as a specialist. And while the foreign banks, like you said, are no more in Pakistan in big numbers, we see that as an opportunity for Al Baraka. And what we can add as value to our exporters and to our traders, probably that's a unique situation. So, for example, we uploaded 160 leading exporters from Pakistan and connected them with about 50 leading importers in 3 countries so far. And we intend to do that with 6 other countries. So this is a matching that we are doing sector to sector. And out of these 160 customers, we only had 40 customers. So in order for any customer to be part of our portal, they have to become our customer first. So now we have added 110 leading exporters to our portfolio through this initiative. Second area where we think, being an Islamic bank, we should have a niche, although we are expanding by branches and we are expanding by sales force and every other thing that every bank is doing during their expansion mode. But it's very important that every bank of our size, in order to grow and have an ambitious growth strategy, should have a niche selective market. So what we did, we chose Hajj and Umrah as our specialized market. As you know that in Pakistan, half the people perform Hajj through subsidized government program, which is 90,000, and the remaining 19,000 perform Hajj through private companies. So in 2 years, we have, alhamdulillah, achieved 65% market share of the private Hajj companies of Pakistan, despite being a very small bank. So that is an area we are specializing in, and since we are opening a full-fledged digital bank in Saudi Arabia in coming year, so that will give us a lot of added advantage to serve not only the Hajj companies which are making payments to their vendors in Saudi Arabia, but also to the Hajj and Umrah pilgrims through efficient mode of payments, which we'll be able to do through our partner bank. Thirdly, the SME financing, we have come up with products of clean financing to the Hajj and Umrah operators to make payments to the Saudi vendors, and that is also a unique product that we have launched. While the question that you also mentioned about this conversion, I think the conversion of the entire banking system into Islamic by 2028 is probably the best thing happening to the existing Islamic banks. Reason being that despite very robust regulations and very strong people's sentiments towards Islamic banking, we were only 22% Islamic in Pakistan, despite 95% Muslim population. Malaysia, with 50% non-Muslim population, had 46% Islamic banking share. So we were not really doing well, although Mizan did the best, but they took advantage of this gap where people were more Sharia sensitive, they were more riba sensitive, and they came up with a product, a proper Islamic banking brand, and they were rewarded. But the reason this is best thing happening to Islamic banks is because there was a distortion in Pakistan's banking overall sector, that the conventional banks were basically, in my view, not conventional banks. In 1984, with one stroke of pen, when entire conventional banking was shifted to Islamic banking, the word interest was removed from the Pakistan banking sector. But in 1992, when the Supreme Court declared our Islamic banking system of that time non-Islamic, and gave orders to establish proper Islamic banking system, under which this new Islamic banking system came into being, the old system was not reverted to 1984 model. So the word interest was not reintroduced into the what is now conventional banking. So in fact, what we have today is an old Islamic banking system and a new Islamic banking system. That created a lot of perception issues and challenges for bankers like me who have spent 20 years in Islamic banking. Because people kept on saying, when our sales force and our marketing teams would go to the market, that if you are Islamic, even the conventional banks don't have word interest in it. They are still using markup agreements and buyback agreements and profit and loss on their checkbooks. So that distortion was a serious perception issue, because of people would keep on saying Islamic banking is not really Islamic because you hold your ear like this or like this. This does not happen in Malaysia or UAE or anywhere else, because we had launched Islamic banking in Pakistan twice. So now with conversion of the entire banking system to Islamic, I think we will have a very strong perception advantage.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but we are running short of time. But you said it quite rightly that this conversion would help the overall ecosystem to develop and all that. Just to tell you, add on to the history in 1992 when the Supreme Court took that decision and changed that. Then the Business Recorder had that headline: "It's a suicide of the financial system." And the next day, our office was burned by Banori town people. So that's part of history as well. But now the things are very different, and you're right that we were very skeptical about the Islamic banking. It can't कोई इधर से पकड़ना है, इधर से पकड़ना है, because as you said that Islamic banking was less than 10%, but now it opened to 22%, and by 2028, if it's not 100%, it move up to 50, 60, 70% on that. So with that question, I move to my last panelist, who is an old friend and colleague. We started our career together from JS. And now he's the deputy CEO of Bank Islami, Imran Sheikh, Imran Aleem Sheikh. So Imran, tell me about how Bank Islami is geared up to really grow in this way when Islamic has become the fad.
Thank you. First of all, as we have always, and everybody has spoken about financial inclusion, so perhaps I should speak in Urdu. If inclusion is the key, तो हम inclusion करते हैं मगर exclude कर देते हैं कौमी ज़बान को नहीं use करते हुए. So I would use my Urdu and English mix. But how can we be inclusive if we, wearing the best suits, speak English? And then how would the consumer react to us? So we have to also understand from the perspective of a consumer. So at Bank Islami, answering the question first, we don't think there's any competition because we think if the customer chooses, agar wo choose karta hai Islamic banking, wo koi bhi Islamic banking choose kare, either Mizan, या अरबरका और फैसल और बैंक इस्लामी. I think that's the right solution. And as far as competition is concerned, I think on many occasions we tend to comment कि government of Pakistan का ये decision सही नहीं है वो सही. I think one decision which me and at least Atif say is a good decision is changing the entire banking to Islamic by the year 2020. That's the best decision government of Pakistan or the Supreme Court could take. So I think it's a very good thing. अच्छा अभी इसकी बेसिस पे आते हैं इस्लामिक और नॉन इस्लामिक. अगर हम देखें कि कोई एक फार्म है जिसमें 25-30 गायें हैं और उसमें से उन सब गायों और उन सब ने सेम खाना खाया है, सेम घास खाते हैं, they eat the same food, they drink the same water, but आप अगर उन 23 को उसमें 24 में से 23 जानवरों को बाय नॉन सुन्नत इब्राहिम काटते हैं तो वो आप पे हराम है, और जिसको आप सुन्नत इब्राहिम में काटते हैं, ज़िबा करते हैं, वो आप पे हराम है. So what does it mean? It means that entire banking is on processes. The banking, as far as Islamic is concerned, is all about processes. And to your question कि यार वो family जो है, और your comment to that family के बाद banking पे trust करते हैं, I don't think so. I think family से ज़्यादा banks पे लोग trust करते हैं. Hence हमारे पास अपना पैसा और कैश एंड गोल्ड रखते हैं, फैमिली पे बहुत कम ट्रस्ट करते हैं कंपेयर टू बैंक्स. सो वी टेक द एज एज फार एज फैमिली इज कंसर्न्ड. एंड टू द पॉइंट ऑल्सो दैट विल वी हैव एनी कॉम्पिटिशन व्हेन द एंटायर इंडस्ट्री विल बी इस्लामिक. आई थिंक competition is the best for your innovation and improvement. If the entire industry will be Islamic, so there will be more research, there will be more innovation, and one of the feedback which we get often is that why do Islamic bank use Keijzer? I think because there will be more banking, then there can be a fair Sharia compliant benchmark which we can use going forward. And to your also comment which was on SME, and we often get this bashing that why don't banks support SME. So I think as a consumer, आपको ये समझना होगा कि only banks are not part of the ecosystem as far as the macroeconomic environment is concerned. The entire ecosystem you need the support from the government, you need the support from the judicial system. If your judicial system or laws and regulations are not supporting NPLs and recovery of non-performing loans, how would you see banks supporting NPLs or supporting SMEs? Because SMEs tend to not have the right documentation, they don't have to have the right collateral, or they don't have the right procedure and policies as far as financial is concerned. So it's easier blaming the banks that are not supporting SMEs, but we need to also see the entire ecosystem as far as the government is concerned, as far as the law and judiciary is concerned. But at the end, I would say that we are very geared up and we are very welcomed to see all my contemporaries and panelists be Islamic going forward. And we will see all these 6 gentlemen will be Islamic. And so I'm very happy.
Great. Thank you, Imran. So as you said that we trust banks more than our family, hopefully we trust Islamic banks more than the mullahs.
Yeah.
So I like to keep this discussion on, and I have so many other questions for my panelists, but the time is up, so I have to wrap this up. And do you have a comment to say, sir? You're saying something? No, just so this we have to wrap up, and we end up on this tone that the Pakistan banking sector is leaping forward a little bit, and after the privatization, there's a break because of the macroeconomic situation, but now the macroeconomic situation is flipping a bit, and you have the right ingredients to grow. The digital path, the tools are here, like my friend is using AI tool to have a better risk assessment and to reach out a larger part of the population without having the brick and mortar branches. And the other thing, many people who do not believe go to the banking because of their belief structure, now the Islamic banking system penetration is growing, and people started believing that Islamic is becoming Islamic, and we develop more assets on through have those Sukuk light or something, some kind of a products like that, and move forward into that. So I hope when we come here in the next 2-3 years, we'll have a much more penetration of banking, and we'll have a much more concentration of Islamic banking, and people would be believing they're Islamic bankers more than mullahs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, that has truly been a powerful panel, and we are absolutely honored to have the heads of 6 very prestigious banks on stage joining us today. And these gentlemen right here are the men who are truly helping to shape Pakistan's economy. So thank you for joining us. Wow, Behtareen. We will now begin the souvenir presentation, but before we break for lunch, which will be 45 minutes only, I would like to welcome on stage Farouk Amin, who is the CEO of Unity Foods, and Afsa to join us on stage for the presentation. So if you gentlemen would stand up, please. Now, could we please invite Tawfiq Hussain, the former Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, to present the initial souvenirs. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for these gentlemen. Thank you. So for our first souvenir, we would like to present Mohammed Nasir Salim, the President and CEO of HBL, his souvenir. So, Mohammed Nasir Salim. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Mohammed Nasir Salim. And next up, we will be presenting Rahmat Hasni, the President and CEO of the National Bank of Pakistan, with his souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm round of applause. And then Ahmed Khan Bozai, the Managing Director and City Country Officer of Citibank. Could we please present him with his souvenir next? Round of applause for Ahmed Khan Bozai. And now I would also like to invite Basir Shamsi, who is the President and CEO of JS Bank, to present souvenirs to the other panelists. Keep the round of applause going, please, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to have these men joining us on stage today. So, Basir Shamsi, could you please present the rest of these souvenirs? We would like to present Karam Shahzad Khan, the President and CEO of Habib Metro Bank, with his souvenir. Round of applause, please. Let's keep the round of applause going, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We are almost breaking. And next, we would like to present Mohammed Atif Hanif, the Chief Executive Officer of Al Baraka Bank, with his souvenir. And could we present Imran Halim Sheikh, the Deputy CEO, Bank of Islamic Pakistan, with his souvenir? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And to Ali Keijzer, the Director of Research for Business Recorder, could we please present him with his souvenir? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to invite Rabia Ahmed, Director and CEO of Nutshell, and Farina Mishra, the Chief Public Engagement Officer of the Nutshell Group, for the group photo. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. What a panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Give them another round of applause. Thank you for being here. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are all delighted to hear we will be breaking for lunch now. Again, please have a speedy lunch. We'll be back here in 45 minutes to be starting at 2 p.m. sharp. A huge thank you to all of our speakers this morning. We have an action-packed afternoon. Roti kul gaya hai, everyone.